because they're inflated.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem.
What's sad is mine, 5 years ago, they said the person paid $350, they paid $750.
You know how much that young man paid for their house?
Who?
For Terry's house? 800,000.
$271, $750 for mine, and he paid me five something for it.
No, I paid you 450.
$450. You got a good deal.
If you recall, I said we will need an appraisal. You asked me $450. I said we will need an appraisal because I don't want an appraisal. I said, well, okay, he says.
Well, we didn't even discuss that until 2 weeks before we closed.
Yeah, that's true.
We lived in the house and you
We were fixing the
renovated it
stairs.
while we were living there.
I know.
Talk about fate.
I think about going every time I go down those stairs. I think about you guys walking down with the tack strips. We thought there's some sweet people right there. Yeah, you did have a lot of faith, didn't you? Of course, we put a big chunk of change down. So
That's true. 16 years. Next month will be 16.
Yes, I know.
It's still my house, isn't it? To some people?
Oh, no.
Some people?
Oh no, it's the Van Cherry house now.
Okay.
It took a while. I told you about Connie and Todd. We missed the Bagley so much. We wish they were still in the ward. Yeah, well, what are we? But now she's one of our besties. 5:15, Mayor.
Yeah, we're just waiting for Kathy for the minutes. Well, we've got a fine-looking group here. I see a lot of blue shirts. I'm excited.
It's going to be 8:39, 9:30.
You're right.
We're just waiting another moment
This is great.
so we can have our recording set, so.
So the blue shirts.
That's right. You're all a quiet bunch tonight. All right. Okay, it looks like we're good to go to start the meeting tonight. So welcome this Monday, April 18th, for our city council meeting. We welcome everyone who is here tonight, everyone online as well as those that are in person. To begin, we always like to start with an invocation, and we will have that given this evening by Councilmember Van Broderick.
Thank you.
Our Heavenly Father, we're grateful for the many blessings that Thou hast given us. We're grateful for springtime and for the beautiful weather we're enjoying. We're grateful that we could be a part of this great city, Lindon. Grateful for each of the residents that live here, and we pray Thy blessings to be upon them. We also pray for our first responders and grateful for their service. Please bless and help them in the things that they do in keeping us safe. We pray for all of our city staff and personnel and grateful for their service. We pray for moisture. We pray for the rain and snow that we need to refill our reservoirs and ask Thee that Thou would continue to bless us with moisture. We invite Thy Spirit to be with us here this evening as we discuss things that we can be sharp and attentive and ask good questions and be appropriate in the decisions that are made. And we offer this prayer in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Council Member. We will now have a special Pledge of Allegiance, and we've asked one of our graduates of the Youth Police Academy here, Brandon Houston, to go ahead and come on up and lead us in the pledge. So, ask everyone to rise.
Ready, begin.
so much, Brandon. All right. We will begin this evening with a roll call of our council members, and I'll start here on my far left.
Daryl McElwee, present.
Jake Hoyt, present.
Mike Vancherry, present.
Carolyn Lundberg, present.
Randy Powell, present.
Van Broderick, present.
Okay, wonderful, fantastic. We've got everyone here tonight, and we're looking extra nice, if you're just wondering, because we did our first council photo together as a new elected body for you all. So, anyway, we'll move forward then. Now we have a really special couple of presentations and announcements. So we'll go ahead and do any council members have anything that they need to bring forward at this time? Okay, seeing none, we'll go next to our recognition, awards, and graduation of our Lindon Police Youth Academy. And we will first recognize our Lindon Police Officer, Gil Sanchez.
Okay, just really quick, most of you guys are here because your child participated in our inaugural Lindon Police Youth Academy, and it went really great. It went better than I could have hoped. And so I hope that your kids could experience that as well, and also just enjoyed it as much as I did. I really didn't know what to expect when we first started. It's our first time doing it, my first time doing anything like this, and I had so much fun with the kids. We got to go on ride-alongs, which was, trust me, to throw your kid into a police car and have them respond to calls was really, really stressful for me. So to the parents that are here, I really thank you for trusting us with your child. And trust me, I was there, even if they didn't see me, I was off in the shadows, making sure that they were safe. And there was a couple of situations where we got into some really fun stuff for them. So that's kind of what we wanted to do. I was frightened though. It was like they were my own kids. And at that point, we'd already been into it a couple weeks, and you know, I really do love these kids. A lot of them have been texting me about suspicious cars in their neighborhood now, sending me emails wanting to go to the range, and a lot of them want to change their name and last name so they can come do it again in the fall. So that tells me that we did a really good job, and trust me, I know I could have done better, but your kids are amazing. And we just want to kind of peel back the layers on what we do in and out as law enforcement officers, and just to introduce ourselves to the community and get our name out there. And for me, it was really, really beneficial. A lot of the officers donated their time, the chief included, to help out with this program. And we have had so much interest in this from outside agencies, other chiefs asking how we do it, you know, asking for some lesson plans and just kind of how we run the program. It's been amazing. There's a lot of people that are really interested, and so proud of you guys, myself included, the chief, Officer Sanderson. Everybody had a blast. And so I hope your kids came home with some crazy stories, and I hope you know that they were safe. You know, even though they were talking about people being tased and dog bites and, you know, different scenarios, we had, you know, active shooter training and just kind of the stuff that we do. So hopefully it was really enjoyable for them. And we do have a certificate and a badge and a coin to present to them today for all their hard work. It's hard to get high school age kids to commit to something twice a week for 5 weeks. So that in itself was great. We had great attendance, and the fact that they kept coming back told me I was doing something right. So we just want to present them with a couple of these things tonight and a certificate. So I'll just call you up one by one. Lincoln. Yes, Lincoln Willoughby.
Lincoln. Oh, I stay here.
Say it. Well, yeah. Sage Lawrence. Avery Yanez. Levi Wilhite. Roman Bartlett. Boston Bartlett. Jeffrey Nelson. Brandon Houston.
Yeah, yeah.
And Macy Roberts.
All right, we are so proud of these young people. Really quickly, could each of you kind of share really fast what was your favorite thing that you learned or activity you got to do in this process? Come on up a little closer, guys, so we can see you and hear you. Don't be shy.
Macy, go first.
I like
The ride-alongs. Okay, great.
I really did like the ride-along too. I think I also like the active.
The virtual training, yeah, that's pretty awesome.
I like the ride along and then seeing the police dog.
The tasting was pretty cool.
My favorite part was just working with these fine officers and getting to see how great of a job they do every day.
Yep,
Yeah.
good job.
My favorite part was the virtual training.
I liked the ride-alongs and the building clearing the most.
Awesome, awesome. Well, you guys, thank you so much to Chief Brower and Officer Sanchez. We are so excited to have you guys. You are the founding class of hopefully an amazing program that, you know, others hopefully an amazing program that, you know, other cities are already calling our chief and asking about this because they've heard such good things about it. And you have a lot to be proud of. We're so grateful to you and all the things that you're going to do the rest of the year serving here in the community. So let's get a quick picture because I know the last time we had a picture together for the gala proceeds, we didn't have quite everyone together, and let's have a graduating class picture with y'all. All right, and council, why don't we just all file behind? Does someone want to?
He's taller than me even when I'm up on stage.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Every time.
Hey, Gil, Gil.
Don't go anywhere.
Wait, Gil's not supposed to go anywhere just yet. Hang tight. We've got one more thing.
Hey, Gil, hang tight really quick. We've got something to present to you. So
We have something to present.
should have had these other guys.
Yeah.
But Gil's been selected by other employees at Lindon City as an employee of the quarter. And we have this periodically, and I wanted to read just one of the messages that came in. This was nominated by another employee in the city. Let's see here. I think it's so cool that Gil is fronting the new Lindon Police Youth Academy. What an awesome experience for teens to get the opportunity to learn about law enforcement in their community. Putting something new together is always a lot of work. He should be recognized for that. He's also a really nice, personable guy, always happy, always looking out for others, and several other really nice comments. And so we wanted to make sure that you got another copy of those and a $50 gift certificate for your awesome efforts.
Thank you so much. We can't thank our officers enough for just doing this tremendous mentorship for these young people and all the work that went in behind it. We really appreciate you, all you do in the community so very much.
Thank you, guys.
All right, well, have a great night. And you're welcome to stay. We've got a fantastic budget discussion and, you know,
Your wildest dreams will come true.
All right, good evening. All right, next, item number 3 on the agenda. This is the open session for public comment. Anything that is not currently listed on the agenda. If there's something anyone from the community would like to address, this would be your moment. All right. Seeing that we have none, we'll move on to item number 4. This is council reports. And I'll start here with Councilmember Broderick from that point.
All right, a number of items, and I'll just mention them briefly. Able to participate in the senior brunch on April 13th, very nice and enjoyable. The Utah League of Cities and Towns, I think many of us are going down to that, is this week, so we'll be down there the 20th through the 22nd. Excited for the Lindon groundbreaking ceremony for the temple. Then just Provo River Water Users Association, Juan, I think you and I will both be there at 10. And then the Provo Bench at 1 on May 12th. And then just as a reference, I will not be here on May 2nd, just so you're aware.
All right, thank you.
Not to be redundant too much, a lot of the things that Van expressed, I would say I'm doing
You can
those-
expand on it.
Yeah, I can expand a little bit. I'll expand on the Easter brunch. It was lovely at the senior center. Thank you for all those who were able to come. I will say, Mike Van Cherry and Mayor Lumberg and Van Broderick, this guy
You can
this
just
guy
call
over
me
here.
Van.
No, so it was fun because I did not get to mention where Van sat. The table is like the all dudes table, and you picked the right table to be, not to say it wasn't good for you, because you were like, that table needed your personality there. These guys, you just slipped in a little later, and yeah.
They grabbed me and said, sit here.
They're a tough crowd, and yeah, and you made it out alive.
Little kids table.
Yeah, so, yeah, they do not let girls, in fact, if wives even try to sit there, they get shunned. So some of those guys have wives, and they have.
We did have a lady there at the table.
Oh, did she?
We did.
Well, they were very, they're minding their P's and Q's, but we have wonderful seniors, and it was a fun thing that Jamie Jensen put on and invited us to. And so that was a lot of fun. Our youth council, Mayor's Youth Council is now, our applications are now live. So anyone that's interested in that, please see our, both our newsletter, Lindon City newsletter, which you can find online, and then also just going to lindoncity.org. You can find, this is for Lindon City residents, youth 9th to 12th grade for next year. If they're 9th through 12th grade next year. And our application's in, is it the 10th?
May 10th.
May 10th. And it's going to be a lot of fun. Just like our youth academy for the police department, this will be a homesteading year, a founding year for those youth that want to participate. And if we'd had some youth here, I would have encouraged them to look at that, but we didn't get to give that little plug to the kids that just graduated. But this is it's a fun program. And let's see, I think I had a couple others. Oh, I've been talking with Kelly over at the police department regarding CERT. She's got a whole bunch of people that are going to be participating in that. The first month May training will be all virtual online for the leadership, and then hands-on coming in June. And Kelly has got a really good handle on that. And participated with the mayor and Jake on the commercial design standards meeting the other day, which was a very well-conducted meeting, and appreciate being able to give input and listening to others give theirs as well. I will say again, I am still concerned, and I did not get to talk to Mike Florence about this beforehand, but wondering when the buildings are going to come down that are in mid-demolition on the Norton property. If you could maybe give us an update on that one a little bit. Do we know anything?
I emailed Amy on Friday, and she hasn't responded yet, so.
Is that something that is there any teeth for having left that open and leave our citizens in possible jeopardy of?
I know Phil's been monitoring it.
Sure.
You know, he made him put the tape around the houses. I know he's been monitoring it.
It blows down at every little windstorm when you tie it to a branch that's barely there. So just, my thoughts are, it's just conveyed to Amy, at least, I don't know, I'm sure other council members feel like this. I think it was just highly inappropriate to begin something and leave it that way, so.
There were some state regulations that needed, from what I understand.
Well, they
It
began.
was commenced without having the complete
Probably
authority to
asbestos related,
complete it.
So I just feel like she didn't do herself, at least in my book, any favors in trying to, do this in an inappropriate manner and leaving that as an eyesore for our population. And I think that's enough right now.
All right, thank you so much, council members. I'll continue on here too.
Well, again,
Mike?
mega dittos on the breakfast. That was the first opportunity that I had, and met some really, really neat people.
It was a fun table you were
They were great, great folks. And there was a 91-year-old woman, lady, just so graceful and so full of, I wouldn't have guessed in 1,000 years that she was 91. She still drives, still takes care of herself. It was amazing, but it was a great effort that was done. And so I think we need to be grateful to those who put that on. And thanks, Randy, for spearheading that.
Thanks for making the opportunity.
Oh, it was good, it was
to be
cool. I sent an email to, I think, to you all. We've been getting these nasty grams from the people about the shelter, and I wanted to find out for myself. So I called Tug and talked to him for quite a while, and I was under the mistaken impression that the legislature had mandated a change in the way that they euthanize the pets, but that didn't pass, and the board apparently has decided to change the way that they're doing it. And but he did indicate that there's some regulations and rules they're still trying to comply with. There's still some issues that they're not quite there yet, and even the medication that they are going to be using is difficult to obtain. They're trying to get some of that too. So my final comment to you all think is, rather than try to address each one of those folks individually, is let the shelter make their announcement and let them.
Yeah, that's one of the challenges, is because it's within city limits, recognize it's a county agency that we don't have direct jurisdiction over. So, but I did ask staff to have Officer Orlando Bloom report back to us on a number of items with that, so.
Orlando Ruiz.
Ruiz, sorry.
I was gonna say Orlando.
Orlando Bloom.
Orlando Bloom.
That dude's busy, man. He's coming to Lindon.
Ruiz. All right. Well, he's a movie star, right?
One more thing, maybe we need to talk about this when we do the budget, but from the North Point solid waste, the issue you and I discussed, would that be appropriate now, or should we wait?
We can bring that up in the budget. That would be
Okay,
great.
all right, I'll do
Yep.
that. Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Thank you for that little update, Mike. All right, you're all set? Ready to move on to Jake here?
Yes, love to. Attended many of the things that were discussed. Throw in the Easter egg hunt as well on Saturday. That was really well done. It was the first opportunity for Little Miss Lindon to get their feet wet, and they did a great job. Chamber Magazine came out. I don't know, all Lindon residents received that. Just one of the many items that the Chamber of Commerce does. Mayor, you did a great job on your article. I think they did a great job of making Lindon look good. Part of our many benefits we receive from the Chamber. Parks and Rec, May 27th, we have the ribbon cutting. I'm looking back at Alan. He's shaking his head yes. Got a, 28th. How goes hiring, Alan?
Interviews going on right now, so I think we're doing pretty good.
Alan's got a fun program for the first 10 that are going to ride it, right?
Yeah.
Because you've got 2 right here of the 10, right? So
I was volunteered, and I'm all for it.
That's right, head first.
Depending on the water temperature, I guess, really.
Yeah, whatever you want, right?
But put May 28th in your calendars that want us to be there for the ribbon cutting. Soccer starts this weekend. We have one of the largest programs in the county and the state. It's really well done. Police as well. I had a chance to talk with Chief Brower before this meeting. They're very busy, and we appreciate all they do. So that's all I have.
Excellent, thank you. Arbor Day celebration is coming up Friday, April 29th. It's at the park right here. That will begin at 5:30 p.m. and there's coloring competitions for that. There will be hot dogs and some giveaways. And if anybody of the citizens would like to attend that celebration on the 29th. Regarding Lindon Days, we're having our next planning meeting on the 26th at 10 to discuss details about that great week of August. Planning Commission, I have not been able to attend. I was out of country for 2 weeks, and because of that, I contracted COVID and wasn't able to attend last week. I apologize for that, but that is all I have.
We're glad you're on the mend, and hopefully your wife as well. So thank you, council members, for all the things you've been involved in, and we have so many great things going on in our city. And I'll turn the time over to our administrator's report.
Several things we've already covered. Just a reminder, Randy, we've got you for the next newsletter. And then everybody okay with their RSVP on the temple groundbreaking? Looking for head nods. Yeah? Any questions on that? Okay.
Have you guys received the tickets?
I received it
Oh, they
today.
came today. Okay, good. I hadn't seen mine yet, so.
Just a reminder, on April 25th at 5:30 at the Fox Hollow Golf Course, American Fork City's hosting a get-together for the joint city councils from PGAF and Cedar Hills and Lindon, just as a social, no.
And 9 holes, or?
I think it's just a munch and mingle, so, sorry.
I can help.
But no spouses though, right? It's just,
Yeah, they did, let me confirm on that. I thought,
would you?
Okay.
I mean, I'm not bucking.
I think
Yeah,
last
you
year
know,
they
there, I'm
did
just saying if-
spouses. I don't remember that this year. I will,
if,
What was that date, Adam?
it's Monday, April 25th at 5:30.
Week from today.
Yeah, next week's actually pretty busy for you guys. So we've got that meeting on Monday, and then we have a joint city council and planning commission meeting on Thursday, the 28th at 6 o'clock here in this room. It'll be the general plan kickoff and review also the commercial design guidelines. And then April 29th at 5:30, the Arbor Day celebration. And then we've mentioned a couple of the other things there on my list. We did want to just give you an FYI. We're applying for several city projects that are things that we have already been in the works for, and you've written some letters of support on some other grants for them. We're submitting approximately 1.9 million in funding for various projects through the county. The ARPA funding that the state received, they had everybody apply for all this funding, and then they had so many applications, I think it was too much for them to handle, and they funneled all of that down through the counties, and so we had to resubmit applications on a few things, and so we are contracting with Ron Clegg, and he is assisting us with some of those grant applications, and so we'll see what happens on those. We did want to have just a quick update on the 700 North mixed-use project that you saw a concept review of a few weeks ago. And when we are in that concept review, what we are asking you is, as a council, if you are interested in pursuing this further and whether or not staff should expend a lot of time on a development agreement with that individual builder. A development agreement with any project there is going to take a substantial amount of time. Several months of back and forth is what we would expect. What we would like to start with first before that is some level of interest from the city council in that, more than just the discussion that we had, and actually bring to you a resolution or a memo of understanding that we would consider before we expended a lot of time and effort on that project. Looking for general feedback. Any concerns on that? There's nothing tonight to present to you on that, but just wanted to get your feedback. Before we jump right into a development agreement, this hasn't gone to the planning commission. We were feeling like it was too fast with too little information. And so backing up a little bit of giving some level of assurance to that developer that there's interest through a resolution or a memo of understanding would we felt like be a better start. What's your thoughts on that?
You're asking for that feedback now?
Yes.
What I've seen, a couple of things. One is, I know this gentleman has a history of doing developments. I haven't satisfied myself, at least I haven't seen to my satisfaction, that he's done a development of this size and this complexity, if that's the right word for it. You know, I'd like to see a little bit more, feel more comfortable in that regard. Did see some of the designs for the potential residential portion. Wasn't especially enamored with the facades of those, and that's something that can be easily, you know, negotiated or required. And I think from talking with him and his time here, he seems to be amenable to wanting to be as cooperative as he can. It'd be interesting to see at what point he no longer desires to be cooperative because of the requirements and restrictions and so forth. I'm definitely for the project. I've satisfied myself. The number of residential units is a lot, but if I understand it correctly, that's going to be spread out over not just his development, but future projects, so it dilutes it somewhat. Am I saying that correctly, Mayor?
I
Meaning
think
that-
it was
I didn't
all
get that
on his,
understanding.
yeah, it was all on his property. I don't think there was.
Well, I mean, for him, future, he has, doesn't he have future plans to go?
I don't think he has future plans. I think Mike, the agent, is saying, hey, this is the only place I'm bringing you residential, and the rest, I won't bring you residential.
But I think that's what I was referring to, yeah. We don't have a lot of ask right now for residential, and so that'll be a point of discussion.
I think we have a ton of ask for residential. I think that's all we get asked, right, Adam?
Yeah.
Very close to that, yeah.
And so I think what you're saying, I like, because that's what's helping me get comfortable is, if we do decide to go forward with residential, know that we will get more asks. This is not the only time we'll be asked, and I think one of the ways I get comfortable is us saying, we are going to only allow residential here. We are not going to allow it on the rest of the quarter, because frankly, we would fill it up tomorrow. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
no question.
If we open the floodgates.
And if that, and again, I'm okay with that diluting that number, that request over the
Because when
entire.
you dilute it over it, I
Yeah,
agree,
yeah.
it
When you
becomes
dilute
less
over the
dense.
entire development, whether it's his development or someone else's, that probably will satisfy some of your concerns, but, so anyway, that's it.
I have as yet to see a final number on doors. Do we have that yet? Staff, has
He
that
did
been
not
indicated?
present it at the
I
last.
think that's what we were waiting on as well.
There was a number, though, Mike, that
That may
came
come
up
out
in-
in all of this negotiation that may occur over the next several weeks or months, and so.
Okay.
Kind of expanding on what Mike was saying about the facades and things, Mike gave us the opportunity to look at some of these through Google Street View. And I loved his video presentation, but I found a great disconnect between that and the products that were on the on the Google Street Views. And I expressed a little bit about this when Jake and Carol and I were on the call for the commercial design standards. Is that I was anticipating there'd be more depth to the design, not so much of the maybe a stucco with a veneer or whatnot. It just didn't seem like the products that he was showing us had a lasting staying power that would be timeless. And I guess it just didn't have the depth that I thought. So that made me then get a little less, or maybe definitely less excited about this particular developer if this is his product. Not to say this product is not nice products that he did show, but it was a disconnect from what the video presentation was. And the products were much different than, say, what the actual Santana Row was that he was presenting to. That's something I've actually walked the streets of in my lifetime. And it does. It's a product that has depth, and a term we like to use at our house is beefiness. It has some heft to it. So I'd have to go a lot longer to understand that I could get behind that. I'm excited for it nonetheless, but I'd like to see, of course, it always comes down to the housing component, which a certain amount of doors on the north side, if we will contain it in a specific area on that project site, we can definitely discuss. Outside of that, I'm not super comfortable with it. But I'm okay with housing components on the north side, done the right way, done the right number. what those numbers are and what the right way is for the developer to bring to us. But I'm okay with it on the north side. So, but again, it's the product quality or the dimensions, depths, whatever.
Agreed.
So that's where I'm at.
Van, do you have any comments on this?
Very similar with the residential component, and it's interesting that the first one really has to have the residential component, and we won't bring you any of the rest. Any other proposals with the residential component, I believe they may want to believe that, but I'm sure we will see more residential requests.
Oh, I have no doubt that they'll.
We had a very good conversation today about, with a developer that's actually put the south side of the roadway under contract. And they are primarily a commercial developer, but they are interested in housing as well. And so I think we'll continue, as Jake said, continue to see that interest, and so we'll be curious to see what they bring forward over the next several months. But they've apparently put all of the south side of the roadway, all of Anderson's property under contract. So that was news to us this afternoon. So let me summarize what I think I hear and what we'll bring back is some sort of resolution or a memo of understanding with this developer, something that you can take action on that doesn't commit you or lock you in, but at least you're signing on the dotted line that you're interested to explore it more and expend city time and effort to explore that. Does that sound okay? Okay. Yes?
Yeah. And I
Everybody
said,
okay with
Just a
that?
question, I guess,
So
do we put any of our wish list and our expectations? I
That would
wouldn't
be
think you
part of a
can, but-
development agreement, and so that would come later. This is,
No,
we were
putting that
just
out there first.
uncertain of, we don't know how many doors he's proposing yet, and there's some wide open avenues that we don't feel are very buttoned down yet. We felt uncomfortable spending a lot of time and effort and bringing back something that you guys just want to toss. And so I think this would help us make sure that we're on the same page with this developer.
Just tell him to do the video with a few enhancements.
yeah.
He does that, we're there.
Anything else you guys want to add to that?
Just this first agreement, we want to keep pretty general, because we don't want to put any specific terms or anything that somebody might come back at a later date and say, hey, look, this is what you said you would agree to. We just want to keep it open and say, hey, the city's willing to spend staff time and resources in negotiating this, but we're
There
not.
needs to be some alignment
Right.
of the
Right,
vision.
we're not giving you any vested rights to anything is what we're.
This hasn't gone to the planning commission yet. It's very preliminary, so.
it seems like a strategy that some developers use is to get down the road and then threaten to sue us if we don't do what they want us to do. That's happened multiple times to us. Does this agreement take us down that road? How many steps are we taking?
That's exactly why we want to keep it very broad and very general, specifically identifying that this is not an agreement to approve anything and does not create
Sure.
any vested rights.
I like the development. I like Mike. Mike and I went to lunch and talked about the development. And he still doesn't have a number. That was after our meeting. Still doesn't have a number. He had kind of committed to getting me that, and there's still not a number there. I worry because my prong has always been, we'll do residential if you're bringing commercial. Mike's not bringing any commercial. There will be some there. There'll be some space. It's spec. My thought in bringing residential that brings commercial is, hey, I'm going to put these in, but I'm also bringing these businesses, which isn't that requirement's not being met here. It does have a wow factor to it that I really like. If we're going to do residential, I think it's that. He's the right guy. I think he's got some real potential to do some cool things. And what I'd hate to do is to put a ton of residential here and then have someone on the south say, hey, I've got some real players I can bring in, but I need another 250 units of residential, and us to say, hey, we already gave them all to the Miller development, and we've said we're not going to do it, but we will. You know what I mean? And so I like Mike. I like the development. It's way too high for me on residential. you know, it's almost laughable, this, this pattern we go through of, we'll never do residential there. Oh, Ivory says they'll do a great development, great, we'll put it in, because we'll never do any more. And then here we'll go, we'll give Mike, and then you can just see that pattern, that trend will continue to happen until we have a corridor that is full of residential. And I don't know that that was the intended use by our forefathers, but we got to be realistic with the times as well. And so I understand that. But anyways, I do like this development. I like it more than I thought I would. And the more I've gotten into it, I like Mike as a builder. I think that there could be it could be a great project. I do think right now it's too high for me on the residential count. He knows that. I think everyone knows that. But that's not to say that I couldn't get on board with something smaller, something less dense that still brings in some commercial. I think we need to really find a way to make the commercial a focus, because I can very easily see Mike bringing in a lot of residential, and we're left with some empty spaces there on the bottom, and it's just a little bit like that Midtown Village was for a long time. I'd hate to see that. So, and these agreements are the exact reason we do that, so that we can dot our I's and cross our T's. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I'd be a little reluctant to commit anything until we know more about the south side. If they've got it under contract, surely they've got a notion of what they're gonna be doing there, or what they'd like to do there.
Yeah, he told us we should have a site plan in the next week or two.
Few weeks, yeah.
Okay. Aye, that'd be good.
All right. Does that give you enough feedback,
Yes,
staff,
thank you.
to know what to, next steps? Okay,
Yeah.
wonderful. Anything else, administrator report issues?
That is all I have, thanks.
Okay, we will now go on to the approval of the minutes from March 21st, 2022. Council, in your review, any changes or?
Is Kathy here, or is she?
It's on Zoom, so yes, she's here if you need to bring something up.
I just noticed on page 3 of 13 on the minutes, line 43, there's a typo. At the very end of line 43, it says agendan instead of agenda. And that's the only thing that I saw in review of minutes.
I had one quick change on page 2 of 13, line 10. The way we phrase that makes it sound like the grant came from Fazari when actually it was just the e-bike being purchased there. So if we could just correct that, Kathy, it shouldn't be much to just change the wording around to make it, the grant was received and then the bike was purchased by Fazari.
All right, anything else? Any other additions or changes?
Kathy, did you catch all of that? If not, we've got it on the recording, but,
All right, great.
I got that, Adam.
all right, thank
Okay,
you.
there she is. Good evening, Kathy. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes from March 21, 2022.
I'll second.
Okay, motioned by Jake and seconded by Mike Vanchery. All in favor?
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you. All right, so moving forward, item number 7, we have a consent agenda item here. Adoption of the updated 2022 MAG pre-disaster mitigation plan.
So is this a resolution that we need to adopt? All the cities in Utah County participated in this, and it's been an update that happens every few years. And Kelly and I and some of our other staff have met with the staff at MAG and updated this plan. We sent that separately from the staff report because it was so big. So it reviews a wide variety of possible emergencies and disasters and how the cities are involved in mitigating those. So.
Any questions?
I like the teamwork.
That's wonderful.
Impressive. I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2022-7-R, which is the adoption of the updated 2022 MAG pre-disaster mitigation plan.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Daryl, seconded by Randy. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much again. Okay, item number 8. This is our review and action for the financial audit report for fiscal year 2020-2021. So we will have our representatives here from Keddington and Christensen come forward, as well as our head accountant here, Kristen Colson. Thank you so much for all the work that's going into this.
Council, this is Phil Warnock from Keddington and Christensen, and we've been
I've been working with him with our audit.
Just a reminder, if you can talk really close to the mics, they're fairly sensitive, so you gotta get
Okay.
pretty close.
All right. You wanna take it away?
You're ready? Okay. There's, first of all, I want to say thank you for the opportunity of doing your audit. We appreciate that opportunity. There's some things that I'm going to read to you. I know it's not particularly interesting, but that way I can check all the boxes and be done with this process. We report to you and consider this council to be those charged with governance. That is, those who are responsible for the strategic direction of the city and the obligations related to the accountability of the city. Those charged with governance, you, are responsible for overseeing the financial reporting process. You are responsible for the financial report that we audit and issue an opinion on. The audit of the financial statements does not relieve management or those charged with governance of their responsibilities. We are responsible for performing the audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards, and that the audit is designed to obtain reasonable, rather than absolute, assurance about whether the financial statements are free of material misstatement. An audit of the financial statement includes consideration of internal control over financial reporting as a basis for designing audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances, but not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of the entity's internal controls over financial reporting. We are responsible for communicating significant matters related to the financial statements audit that are, in our professional judgment, relevant to the responsibilities of those charged with governance, you guys. Generally accepted auditing standards do not require the auditor to design procedures for the purpose of identifying other matters to communicate with those charged with governance. So we don't have to go fishing for something to present to you. When applicable, the auditor is also responsible for communicating particular matters required by law or regulation. For example, the Utah state compliance, which we'll go over here in a few minutes. We did not encounter any significant difficulties during our audit other than the records not being ready last fall, which have pushed us, that's why we're here now instead of last December-ish, November, December, and so on, okay? There were no material uncorrected financial statement misstatements, and we are not aware of management consulting with other auditors about the audit. Now, that's all the things I have to go over with you. I want to take a few minutes and go over the financial statements in detail. We'll go through every single number and make sure.
Every single number. Here till tomorrow morning.
I'm an auditor. That's the only joke I've got in my bag, okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. So if you turn to the, I guess you guys don't have copies. You got them on. It's page 11. This is our independent report. Yeah, there we go. And if you go down to the bottom of page 11, and as we all know, this is a draft, and this, that's why it's green. But that last paragraph is intended to be what you need, what you're paying for, basically. The rest of it's boilerplate. In our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the respective financial position, blah, 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 and so on of the city. So that's what's called a clean or an unmodified opinion. That's what you're required to have. So that's what that part is. Now, I don't know what they have for the supplemental report.
Keep going, yep.
Let's start with page 1.
Okay, so. Okay, there's the table of contents on.
Should be the next page.
So page 141 in the packet.
Okay, let's stay right there, because that second paragraph, I'm going to read that one to you. In planning and performing our audit of the financial statements, we consider the city's internal control over financial reporting as a basis for designing audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances for the purpose of expressing our opinion on the financial statements, but not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of the city's internal control. Accordingly, we do not express an opinion on the effectiveness of the city's internal control. And this is normal. Every once in a while we come across somebody that doesn't understand what we're doing here. This is just a report to tell you what we're doing, and what we're doing is designing audit procedures. And so we look at internal controls that are relevant in the situation, but we're not there to do a full-blown audit on the internal controls. That's not required. 2 more paragraphs down. I think it's right there at the bottom. I don't want to read the whole thing. Down to about the third line up. A significant deficiency is a deficiency or combination of deficiencies in internal control that is less severe than a material weakness, yet important enough to merit attention of those charged with governance. We consider the deficiencies, as noted in the schedule of findings and recommendations, to be material weaknesses. I'm going to back up 1 line above where I was. A material weakness is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control such that there is a reasonable possibility that a material misstatement of the city's financial statements will not be prevented or detected and corrected on a timely basis. So let's skip straight to those findings, and let's go over those so that we can deal with that. I think if you go down to page, 2 more pages from where you were, I think. Should be page 5. I think you're there. I think that's it. Yeah, back up to the top of that one. There we go. Okay. Condition. During our testing of capital assets, we noted that city's accumulated depreciation did not align with expectations. Since the city uses straight-line depreciation, we were able to calculate what we would expect the accumulated depreciation to be based on the initial cost of the asset, the acquisition date, and the expected life of the asset. Some assets had material differences between our calculation and the recorded accumulated depreciation. GAAP requires that capital assets be depreciated in a systematic and rational manner. There appears to be 3 different causes for the differences noted. 1, the software used to track the capital assets had incorrectly adjusted the accumulated depreciation to 0 when a portion of the asset had been removed. So in other words, in a select few where part of the asset has to be removed, that software just wiped out the accumulated depreciation completely instead of taking part of it away and so on. So that's kind of what went on there. In prior years, for unknown reasons, some assets' accumulated depreciation had been adjusted without explanation. Number 3, in 2020, a large amount of accumulated depreciation was removed in error. The effect, this resulted in the city's accumulated depreciation being understated or overstated, depending on the fund, as follows. Government-wide, $3 million plus change. Water fund, $197,000. Stormwater, overstated by $453,000. And recreation fund, $382,000. Our recommendation, we recommend the city adopt a method of tracking capital assets and the related accumulated depreciation, which can be easily adjusted for normal transactions such as deleting partial assets without causing significant abnormalities. And there's your response. So if you have any questions on that one before we go on, we might as well
We're glad you're digging into it and not us. Thank you. All right, proceed, Phil.
Okay. Debt reserve payments. During our testing of the wastewater fund debt payments to Orem City, related to improvements to the reclamation facility, we noted the city, in addition to the regular debt payments, had made debt reserve and repair and replace reserve payments to Orem City. The reserve payments had been incorrectly recorded as expense. The debt reserve payments represent the final payment of the debt. Therefore, the debt reserve payments should have been recorded as a reduction in the debt. According to the debt agreement, the repair and replace reserve is to be refunded to the city after the last debt payment is made. If Orem City uses the repair and replace reserve, Lindon City is required to make additional repair and replace reserve payments to ensure that the reserve is at the maximum required amount. It is anticipated the full maximum amount will be returned to the city, therefore, and other assets should have been recorded. The city had not considered the implication of the reserve payments. The effect, the city was recorded expenses for payments that should have been a reduction in debt of $87,000 plus change, and other asset of approximately $32,000, almost $33,000. So, any questions or comments on that one? You guys are good to get along with today. Thank you. Okay, the third one. Federal grant revenues. In the prior year, the city recorded the total CARES Act federal grant funds received as revenue when a portion of the revenue should have been recorded as unearned revenue. The funds related to the CARES Act federal funds should have been recognized as revenue as the funds were expended, since the city was required to return any unexpended funds. At the end of the prior year, the amounts received but not expended should have been recorded as unearned revenue. The city improperly recorded the total grant funds received as revenue in the prior year. Since the city had recorded the total funds received from the CARES Act as revenue in the prior year, the beginning fund balance was overstated by $709,000 plus change. We recommend the city record the federal grant revenues according to the appropriate accounting standards. So, that's all I have. Do you have any questions that you want to go over related to the audit or those findings, or anything of that nature?
None of these recommendations rise to the occasion of a serious offense, I'm guessing. I mean, there's things that could be corrected, obviously. And it hasn't misstated or understated or overstated. Or
We've taken the action as well, right?
Yes, yeah, that should be clarified. That all of these have been corrected in the existing financial statements.
In their classification, it's corrected and, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, kind of good housekeeping.
helpful, thank you.
Yes, it is very helpful.
All right, anything else? Is that all you have for us here? Okay, this is an action item on the annual financial report.
I'll make a motion, Mayor. I'll move to accept the fiscal year 2021 audit report as presented.
Second.
Motion by Jake, seconded by Van. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so very much. All right. So we will go on to item number 9 then. This is our discussion item for the fiscal year 2022 to 23 budget discussion. Thank you very much, Phil. All right. Our finance director, Kristen Colson, is still at the mic to present this item.
Okay. All right, so here we are for budget work session, and the tentative budget was presented and adopted on March 21st, and some changes have been made to that tentative budget, and based on meetings with the department heads and in preparation for the proposed budget, which we'll be bringing for adoption on May 16th. So this budget is put together, expecting that the economy will continue to grow. We're estimating increased tax revenue, like sales tax revenue, park tax, and transit tax, which are all based on sales, of 5%. And we will continue to watch as the economy and monitor our revenues and expenditures throughout the coming year. Because not only is the tax revenue growing, but with inflation, that can affect our expenditures too. So we've seen the recent CPI increase from March 2021 to March 2022 was 8.5%. So that's just continuing to grow, and I'll talk more about the CPI in a little bit. But I just wanted to remind you that this is a work session, so please give us direction and help us to get your feedback so we know how to proceed on to the proposed budget. So looking at our revenues, where the money comes from, more than about half of the revenue comes from sales tax and utility charges. And, a lot of it's from property taxes or different kinds of taxes. Looking at the expenditures, taking out all of the fund balance and transfers, the net expenditures for citywide is a little over 31 million, and more than a quarter is personnel, more than a quarter is capital, and just less than half is operations. And in that operating budget for the city, there's 2.8 million that is for the secondary water meters. And we do have grants for that to help pay for that, but that is a large expenditure. We don't usually have one large project in operations. It's usually in capital, so I wanted to be sure and pull that out so that you knew about that. Also in our operations budget are city events, and like Lindon Days is about $60,000 a year, but that's offset by revenues and sponsorships. Then we have other community events, and that is, Heath is just growing all these great programs for the community, and so we've got a budget of $17,500 for other community events, and that is like the Easter egg hunt that we just had, and the Halloween parties that we do for the city, and movies in the park, and lots of those things.
Part of our discussion tonight, he did prepare just the costs on the Christmas expenditures, and he just wanted some more clear direction from you as a council of what we're planning to do next year. And so those are included, and we'll talk more about those here tonight. Is now a good time?
Right.
Okay, so in your staff report, if you can jump back to that, Kristen. There was a breakdown of those costs. And so what I've asked Heath to do.
Page 177.
What?
Thank you. In the future and hopefully by the time we have the proposed budget here in the next month or so, we'll have a breakdown of each of those different city events so that you can see that instead of them all being lumped into one account. 177, did you say?
Yeah.
So Heath, I'm gonna let you, hopefully you can see that screen. And if Heath is online with us on Zoom, sorry. So, can you hear us, Heath?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Do you mind, can you see that screen?
Yeah, I can. It's a little small, but I can navigate it.
Okay, well maybe I'll just give the overview and you can jump in where appropriate. How's that?
That sounds great.
Okay, so under the tree lighting in the main park down in the city center park, so this was the new event that was added this last year. We budgeted about $30,000 for Christmas lights and Christmas expenditures. And again, one question we had on that main tree lighting, it was about 15,000 for the big white tree. That was a lease of those lights. We paid a company to put them up and take them down, and the lights were theirs. Just looking for direction. Is this something that you want to repeat for next year, or budget to add those lights in as a city amenity? Tell
Can I
us
speak a little
your
bit to
thoughts.
that? Just
Absolutely.
letting know that Heath and I, we worked really hard to negotiate that down. The prices was significantly higher. We weren't happy with it, but going forward, there's a thought of getting pricings, really good ideas to do the electronic type of things where we would purchase everything, and it's the motion lights versus a tree of life situation. And we're working with a citizen, Kevin McMillan, who's done this in the past, and his connections, and trying to come up with something that will be significantly different as far as an outlay of monies like that. So we don't anticipate looking for that again, and looking to look for a sponsor to help with the cost of that. And so that's a direction that we're looking at, so.
Now, originally, we were thinking of investing in lights for this building, but due to the roofing project, that was delayed. So is that
So
still something
that is
that's under
still in
consideration?
this current year's budget, and so this is in addition to that. So this money that you'd be talking about for next year.
And like I said, hopefully that, I mean, we're not looking to look for that money again. We're looking for a sponsorship for that portion of that, so that we're not looking to ask for that for a tree light again. Is that correct, Heath?
Yeah, that's correct.
And we'd own the lights.
The whole thing would be an owned operation. You've seen the ones that are synchronized, the little light bulbs that sing and those kinds of things. It's that kind of thing. I don't know how many of you had an opportunity to go down during the Christmas season and visit with people as they entertain themselves in the park. There were so many, I can't even begin to count how many people loved what was able to happen down there, even on that scale that we did. So I know that it was well received by the community. We're just looking at a way that we still bring the community together, but not doing it at a cost like that. And I will say thank you for extending this opportunity out, because this is going to make it much easier to sell this as an opportunity for a business to sponsor this. And we've got a couple of good leads at this point, and right now I'm not divulging who those are at this point, but looking for a good outlay of investment into this, and having them being able to have a notation that this is their city sponsor. They're sponsoring the city event. So.
Okay, very good. So some of these items were first-time, one-time investments because now we own them, such as the night before Christmas display and lights and
Other than
hooks.
that 15,000, everything else on that breakdown is things we own now.
So these are not things that would need to be repeated necessarily. Well, I am seeing like the entertainment
That was,
line item.
and that was at no cost. We had a sponsor for
Okay.
that. Lowbuck Sales graciously sponsored Johash Bonner, who was a phenomenal entertainer.
Okay.
So just head nods, is this something you want, as a council collectively, you want us to add back in? The tree lighting,
It sounds like Randy's not asking for that, if I heard.
well, if you don't get a sponsor, are we expending money to do it? I guess that would be my question.
Well, perhaps you would give, we don't need, of course, the whole that we asked for last time, but maybe put a little bit in the budget in case, but knowing that that is hard goods that we would be purchasing, not something that would be a lease situation. Something to think about.
Like what number?
Heath, do you have a number of what you think for next year?
You know, I really don't. We do have a lot of those pixel lights that we bought over time. We've not really done an inventory of that, but I'm not so sure where that's going to come out at this point.
I have a lot of breakdowns here, but we cannot try to use this until we decide what it is we want. I'm talking with the designer at this point to try to give us options of what we can do. And again, my first approach is to, once we get this done with the designer, is then to approach that with these possible local businesses to help sponsor that. But perhaps we could use in reserve and then come back and discuss whether you want to pull the trigger on that, not to say it's there, but then to discuss whether we then access that. I don't know how you want to handle that, council members.
Yes, I guess from my standpoint, I like what we do. I like that it's there. I'm kind of uncomfortable with that large of amount on a one-time leased thing. I know I sent some information. I don't know, Heath, if you received that from a local guy that was wanting to provide a proposal for some of those lights, and I like using Lindon people as well. So I guess I'm okay putting it in the budget, but I'd like things that we buy and are permanent and we can, that are there and we use year after year. Even if we have to build up to it to get the things in, especially the lights here on this building as well, which the roof has to be done first.
Randy, what you're doing is important. It really is. My kids and I attended all three, the tree lighting, the extravaganza, and the parade. We love it. And so I think Lindon having a Christmas presence is key and fun and is a great community thing. And so I fully support that. I'm with Van a little bit. That sticker shock of the tree was like, wow. It was cool, though. It was awesome. It really was. Every time I drove past it, I looked at it.
The only thing I can say about it, it is a great selling point now, to now go out and say, this is something we can do, and it's a draw. So as approaching businesses, this is, and believe me, nobody was happy about that, but it was.
Yeah, and I know you, talking to Heath, you bid it out to many people, not just one or two, and so I appreciate your efforts there. So, yeah, however you want to approach this, I think we're all in accordance. I think we are all like-minded. It's something we want to move forward with, and.
So looking at this, going forward, things like the Santa Parade, we'll have our elf costumes in hand already. So the outlay or do you have in mind a total budget that this would be falling within? Maybe less than what was expended last time, or same, or what's your target?
Again, maybe keep it at that 30,000, knowing that we have this base, but putting it into things only that have repeat use.
Permanence.
And then still bringing it back to the council for some oversight on that. I'm highly comfortable with.
For right now, just be a placeholder.
Yes.
So we typically have a budget amendment in October, and so that would probably be a great time to talk about that and wrap up any final decisions. And
Don't mind it as a placeholder. I mean, we'd want to see a little bit more detail.
And that's what, we've learned a lot. I learned a lot.
Maybe it'd be great to have a discussion too about the activities themselves and what you would maybe
It was
do
very
the same
much,
or change.
there was a lot of inertia that happened because we couldn't do the building, and then just trying to do something that was fun, and it came out well. It's just, if that $15,000 wouldn't have been there on that tree, if it had one less zero on it, that would have been a lot happier time, but that's not available, so. So just a lot of thanks, and it's kind of emotional, but thank you for your endorsement, and I appreciate Jake, what he said about it, and those are the kind of things. I would take Candy down and visit with people, and they were just having wonderful times with that. But we'll be able to be very transparent with how the monies would be spent before we enter in anything with anybody. So our goal is to make sure everything is something that is storable.
So there were a lot of wonderful, wonderful things. Thank you for all your time and love that went into this. Like Jake said, it was really wonderful. One of the things that maybe we could discuss too is how maybe feedback from staff and all around, as far as would some of the events would we have that many different standalone events, or would some combine, or just would love to talk about that for
And
staff
staff
timing.
was wonderful to brainstorm and put shoulders to the wheel. It was a fun time for all of us to do, at least to watch them, and we all helped each other. And so I have a lot of appreciation to Heath and his staff. And we spent some time out there in the snow with hooks and things like that, didn't we, Alan? So.
Okay.
but we can come back and be very transparent with that. We can just keep
Just
that
like,
as a
Just
placeholder.
like Lindon Days, we talk about the budget, what each thing cost, and how much,
The goal is to make sure.
make it better and better.
Is to limit the cost as much as possible. That's the goal this year, for sure. Yep. So,
Just so I'm clear, so 30,000 for all of the Christmas activities or just the tree lighting is what you wanted as a placeholder?
well, we can, as I broke everything down on that report, I went through it very closely. We keep it there, it would include everything there, but to make sure that the biggest portion goes to lighting for the buildings and those kinds of things, anything that is permanent.
Okay.
Does that
Yeah,
make
the lighting on the building is a separate from what we're looking at here on
Okay,
this screen.
then I
and
did not
so,
realize that.
yeah.
Well, just know that we won't be pulling the trigger on anything, and it will just be reabsorbed, I guess. The majority of it is the main goal. So you make a determination how much money, gentlemen, you want to put into this.
In the yellow is what the totals were for
Right.
those 4 Christmas-type events.
We're not obligated to spend it if we find out it's not something we're interested in, but, I mean, we're interested in it, but I say we're not obligated to spend it if it's.
Oh, no, the goal is to not spend it.
Yeah, yeah. agreed.
Is the absolute goal.
But we do need, as I said, a placeholder just in
I
case.
guess just to make it easy, I'd rather, I don't know, what's the
Have
best
it
way
there
to
and
give it
not,
back?
have it there and not use it.
Oh, yeah, the goal is never
And,
use half of that, so.
Geez, I should have married you.
Yeah.
Not use it. I don't use it.
I would say do a spot holder based
Just
on those
kidding.
3 items in the yellow, but with the tree lighting at 30-ish.
Okay. So
So that comes out like 31 or something, if I remember
everybody
right.
comfortable with that? Then 30 on the tree lighting and then a similar amount on those other totals to
Are you
repeat?
wanting to call it tree lighting? I guess it's that whole activity down there, you're wanting to put a placeholder.
Yes. Yeah, because the tree lighting, don't want to call it that anymore. I don't know.
So Heath, in that yellow there and in the spreadsheets, he broke it out as the tree lighting, and then there's the historical tree lighting, which is the one in front of the community center. That one was just 1,200, and so.
Holiday season illumination.
Thank you. There you go. Should be
Yep,
our
let's
PR
do it.
guy.
Okay, so
Go with that,
Yep.
okay. And then we can
Or
earmark that
30
to
and
discuss in
plus.
October
30 and plus.
before they
I
finalize
just
that, I
had
guess,
this-
so.
Plus, I thought it was
30
30.
total.
I thought it was
Well, they're
30.
doing 30 and plus. Believe me, it will be significantly less, so. I don't like the fact that it's all those little ones. To me, we could easily say 30 for all of our
30 for
Christmas.
everything.
For all of our Christmas activities and still have plenty of money to return.
Okay. Council, is that
Comfortable with that?
placeholder of 30 total?
For all of the activities, Heath, are you clear on that?
That would make it a
So-
little harder on you to get. I mean,
So
not harder,
Randy's
but
saying 30,000 budget as a placeholder
There was a-
for all 4 of those activities.
So that would be the Santa Parade and all those holidays.
The extravaganza, the parade, the tree
Hello.
lighting,
Like-
and the historical tree lighting.
Just over
Okay.
31,000. So
No, it's
even
like-
when you put
Just so I
everything
know,
together.
yeah.
I think 36.
Oh, was it 36?
Well, if you go to 30,
No, I'm saying if you just look at all those totals in yellow.
All right.
NBH.
Okay, thank you.
Like 32,000.
Moving on then, I think we're good.
It was like, I don't know, what did I figure? It was like 843 millionths of our budget. That's how cognizant of it. I want to make sure it's as little as possible, so.
Okay. So then, going back, and we're gonna talk about personnel issues.
Sorry, the sign, is that
Oh.
one, do we want to
Sign.
bounce back to that
I-
City center sign.
I do,
section?
I do have that under capital.
Okay.
Yep, okay. So for personnel, so we've already implemented a 6% cost of living allowance in January, which we normally do that in July, but with the labor market being the way it was and with the compensation study, we decided to do it early. And so the only increase in this budget right now is the merit increase of 1 step on the pay scale. And that is conditioned upon employee evaluation score, and it would be effective January 1st, 2023. And we can come back to the city council in December to make sure that, that you still want to do that, get the final approval. And the cost of the merit increase for salaries and benefits is $110,000. And then I've broken it out by fund, so you can see most of it is in the general fund. So here's where I wanted to look at the CPI, just because normally we look at it this time of year, and we will sometimes base our operation costs on this. We would look at it for personnel issues with like the COLA. But I just wanted to see, since the 6% was already approved, how we usually look at the COLA is looking at the CPI changes, the annual changes, and then average those for the last 12 months, going from March of 2021 to February of 2022. And so that average is 5.7. And then I did look at, like, if we did it from April to March, you know, so just shifting it 1 month, where March again had like a big jump of 8.5%, that 12-month average is 6.2%. So you can see how this average is going up as the CPI is going up.
And just as a side note, some municipalities are using the Intermountain West Index or the Wasatch Regional Front Index. We are using the national index for our comparisons. It is generally lower. It is a more conservative number. So just a heads up, the local inflation in Utah is higher than this. And so just an FYI, when you hear other cities saying this was the index that they used, keep that in mind.
So why is it that we've chosen that one when our employees and we're living in this
We're
market?
just trying to be a little more conservative instead of taking it. Every time I've ever looked at it, the Utah one is higher. And so we're looking at a national average, and it's just a decision that was made decades
Adam, do you
ago.
know what most cities look to?
It's all over the board. I've seen any of those three indexes used, and so I'd have to do an inventory and see.
When I do some mayor group meetings, a lot of other communities have done COLAs that were not our percent yet, but they were, some had done a couple bumps that were not quite the one that we did, but they're all under review now. And it was interesting that the county commission, they said that their approach is no longer going to be COLA, but rather kind of a wage study based on the position per employee. So.
And we do a mix of both.
Right.
So we're looking at those market wage studies in addition to this, but we could certainly bring that to you as an FYI in the future, that more local index, if that's helpful. But
When you bring that to us, so.
what's that?
I really appreciate when you do the wage studies that you've done in the past to give
My
us a
sense
good.
is, I'm sorry, Randy.
Oh, no, you're good.
My sense is from talking to some other council people and some other folks in the business that they're looking ultimately to have a cost of living increase or a CPI increase similar to what we've done. They're just doing it more of a little incremental basis. So ultimately, in the not too distant future, is the way I understand it, they'll be up to where we have been or where we are now.
Well, and keep in mind, if you're looking at other jurisdictions, other employers, they're all starting from different spots. And so where somebody may be proposing a 3% increase, they could have been higher than where we were or lower.
Their
So
deficits are different.
it's hard to make an apples to apples comparison on a lot of these
I
things.
do have one question on the no COLA proposed for July 1, 2022. I think we talked about that and we agreed on that. Have the employees or will the employees be clear that unless some things change, that will be the case, that they shouldn't be expecting a COLA in?
That's the expectation that we'll be presenting to them if the budget is adopted. But that 6% that we gave is in that range. I mean, we're at a 5.7 on our average, and then just the month after at a 6.2, correct? And so we're we're in that ballpark, and I think there was a very appreciative feeling that it was given in January when it was.
Just don't think we want to ambush them, if that's the right word.
Yeah, I
I think one thing
understand
that's
that.
an important part of the conversation also is what she's gonna be talking about next, which is the insurance premiums and the dental and the overall benefits package cost increase that the city will absorb.
Yep. So some agencies will just look at the, like pick 1 month, or they'll look at December 2021, so for the last year, and just pick that 7%. Over the years, we've decided to do an average, so that kind of absorbs any like outliers. Yeah. And one of the things we wanted was just to be consistent. So, we wanted to pick which months that we look at. We wanted recent, but still not so much that it's holding us up from creating the budget. And so we're just trying to be consistent rather than, okay, this year we're doing it this way and next year we'll do it that way. So it's not looking like whatever number's best.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the insurance premiums, the medical insurance premiums are increasing 6.8%, and the dental premiums are increasing 5%. So this increase in the employee benefit allowance is 61,000, almost 62,000. And so the city offers the employees 2 different plans to choose from: a traditional plan where you have your co-pays, and then the high deductible health plan with the health savings account. And the employees are almost 50-50 split between both plans. There's a few more on the traditional plan. And the city's cost is the same regardless of what an employee picks. And so how we calculate the benefit allowance is based on the traditional plan, with the employee paying 3% of their medical premium, and the city will pay for their dental 50% on a family plan, or 100% on the single or double plan. And then if so our insurance consultants, NFP, recommend that we promote the high deductible plan because this could lower our renewal rates in the future by making employees better consumers of medical benefits. So when you're on a high deductible plan, you have to meet that high deductible out of your pocket before insurance starts picking things up. And so it's just harder when you're sick and you're like, okay, am I going to go to the emergency room, or do I want to find an Instacare because that's less money, or do I want to do like Teladoc because that's even less money? So a lot of times if you're just paying a copay, like on the traditional plan, then it's like, oh, I'm just going to go where it's easiest for me because, my copay may vary, it's $40 here or $30 here. So that's one of the things that they're hoping, in switching over or encouraging people to look at the high deductible plan, that having more people on that would help them become better consumers, and eventually, hopefully, we'd see reduced.
What is the deductible on that plan, the level?
I think it's 2,500 for one person, and then if you're like on a double or family, then it's 5,000. Because it's not by person, it's just.
You know what the maximum out of pocket would be?
$5,000.
Yeah. Yep.
So if I understand this correctly, Kristen, the difference in premium would be put into a health savings account. So for that employee.
We've allowed the employees to choose.
They
But the
can do that.
idea in our calculations is that they could use the difference to go into a health savings plan because they're having to pay this money out of pocket when they are sick, when they do have a medical issue. and that would help them. But there's many employees, like more than half of the employees are using that extra money to offset other insurance costs, like they're 3% of the medical, and if they're on the family plan, they're 50% of the dental. You know, they could even use it on vision, supplemental life insurance, accident insurance, all these other things. So they're kind of putting off what's going to come out of their pocket. They're wanting it in their paycheck from right now, and then if they have any expenses, then that will end up coming out of their pocket later because they won't have that money in their HSA account. Does that make sense? So, so B-Swift is the system that we use for online enrollment, and it's struggling with all of these options that we've let these people have. That, you know, how did they want to use their benefit allowance? And so NFP is with recommending that they want to encourage the high deductible plan and also have more structure in how the benefit allowance is applied, which is where I'm coming to with all of this discussion, is we want to say that, let's see, where am I? That the city will, for employees that opt to enroll in the high deductible plan, the city will pay 100% of their medical insurance, 100% of their dental insurance, and then the remaining amount, which is $26 a month for employee and family and single, and then $55 a month for double. That amount would just go into an HSA account. And then if the employee wants to have additional insurance, that would come out of their paycheck. If an employee wants to put more into the HSA, that would come out of their paycheck.
So you're recommending things where they can have options for their premium expenditure the city would normally outlay, and they can be a more educated consumer of their medical needs and products. This is what you're recommending?
And so this is, previously, you know, we wanted to promote that the employees are paying 3% of their medical premium. And that is still the case with anyone that enrolls in traditional, but it would not be the case if, you know, if we're just saying, okay, yeah, high deductible plan, the city will pay 100%. The city will pay 100% of dental. So it's not costing the city any more. It's the same cost. It's just a perception and how we're going to phrase it to employees. So that's what we wanted to make you aware of, is that we're kind of looking at this shift.
There is an increase, but the employees are picking up the increase, is what I'm understanding. But with that increase, everything over and above what our premiums would be, they have the option to put that in a health savings account, or they can use that to pay their deductibles or pay their, is that right?
So most everyone, there's still a few people that would see an increase because they've been using every dollar of that benefit allowance to pay off, you know, like vision insurance and other, before they're not putting anything in the HSA. There's a few of people. So in this case, yeah, they would be having money going to their HSA, and then if they do want those additional insurances, then it would be coming out of their paycheck. But we had to do a little more streamlining and have, you know, taking away some of the options of like, oh, I'm going to put it here, but this person's going to put it there, so that the system could handle the enrollment.
Okay.
Great.
So, is that okay? Did you have anything else?
No, just clarification if there's any questions, so.
Complicated situation.
It is
And you're
complicated,
trying to
but
make it as
yeah, a lot of slides on this
user-friendly
one
as
thing.
So the dollar amount is the same whether you choose to the employee in the end, whether you choose the HSA or the traditional. The traditional premium costs a little bit higher, but we're basing that dollar amount as what everybody's getting. And so if you choose the HSA, you're getting a little bit of surplus money. We are now saying that surplus money has to go into the health savings account.
It's actually gonna be used for their side of the medical, their 3% of the medical, and the rest of their dental if they're on the family plan.
And then that
then
remaining
that-
2640 only goes into their savings account. We're not
Right.
giving them the option to choose 15 different things. It's been messy, and the insurance company is asking us not to do that anymore.
Simplifies it.
Simplifies
Doesn't
it.
cost the city anymore. It's
And-
not overly impactful on the employees.
Yeah, and the hope, I think, from the insurance provider side of it is that employees will see, oh, if I choose the high deductible plan, the city covers 100% of it, plus the dental. And so even though it's not changing the dollar amount, the hope is that more people will shift to that plan.
And it also, would you agree, incentivizes people to maybe think about a healthy lifestyle or?
Definitely.
Right, make
Right.
choices with their medical,
better.
yeah, shop things
Yep,
around a little bit.
definitely. Yeah, because then, they'll be like, oh, they're paying 100% of my premium, but then
With that
They're
more
gonna-
personal
They'll see something go
accountability.
into their personal HSA
Mm-hmm.
as a reward.
Right.
Okay. Very good.
Excellent.
All right. Moving on with personnel issues. We're adding 3 positions. One full-time streets technician in Public Works, and a part-time code enforcement officer in community development, and a part-time recreation coordinator. And those were in the budget, in the tentative budget, and are still in this budget. Any questions? And then looking at capital projects, so in the general fund, there's a nice list here. There's building improvements at the city center for $175,000. The police vehicles, that is offset by a lease, so the city's not paying all that. We're also, we're financing it, so there's an offset of revenue coming in. And then sidewalks, there's improvement projects at the Public Works building, fleet vehicle and dump truck at.
And can I ask?
Oh,
those-
yeah.
Oh, sorry, those sidewalks, they're just mattered throughout the city. That's not on a particular project, right?
That is just to do safe sidewalks out there.
Throughout the city?
Yeah.
Thanks.
So the horse arena widening is on there, is in the budget, and as well as work at Pheasant Brook Park, Hollow Park, and the cemetery building.
How comfortable are we with that $250,000 estimate
For the cemetery,
building?
it's, that's just a rough estimate. We're still waiting from plans from
Jim Dane?
just a placeholder and see what we can get for that amount. Also, correction, the 75,000, that is actual safe walking routes to school grant
Oh,
that we're actually spending the money, but we get reimbursed for that.
okay, so that is what the grants. Okay.
Awesome.
Well, basically, half of the arena improvements are
Yeah.
grants also, right?
We have not
We
yet.
have not heard yet. So most of the grants that we apply for, they're reimbursement grants, and so we have to
Spend it
budget
first
for
and
the
then we
full
get it back.
amount. Yeah, so this is
Feel positive about that, Mayor?
to be determined if there's anything to offset this one yet.
Should know in May.
All right, and then going on in dedicated and restricted funds, in the road fund, we've got some new streetlights, and then 1.3 million for road capital improvements. And then in the RDA, we've got 50,000 for the monument entry sign. And what did you want to say more on that?
So I would like your feedback. If we can jump to that in the staff report, it was at the very end of the budget section.
Page
Kristen, there.
180.
So Heath got a couple of bids, and these were the low bid numbers. The city for several years had talked about just right out in front at this intersection, coming into the city center, putting up an LED digital changeable copy monument sign. So this was the rendering, and then if you scroll down a little further, there's a night view option where you can light the letters or not. And then if you go to the next page, there's the general site there. It cannot be in that yellow area, so we were thinking it would sit just behind that yellow location, close to that storm drain inlet box there. The costs on this, if you keep scrolling, Heath had two options. Maybe I didn't include that in there.
It's at the top of the picture.
Sorry.
Page 180.
So there was an option for a single-sided where it would kind of face, if you chose to put one in, just kind of face the street. Or if it's a double-sided where it's perpendicular to the road so you could see it from both directions. That's what we wanted your feedback on. Is this something that you want to include in the budget? And if so, do you want it a single or a double-sided? We do have some RDA funds that could be used towards this that are remnants from our State Street RDA. So those are restricted funds that can only be used within 500 feet of State Street on just the east side of the roadway. So it would fit for that.
Was it 50,000 just for a one-sided?
That's for the double-sided, so 48,000 was the estimate on the double-sided.
I couldn't see it.
And then 33,681 on the single. Heath, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, the company that provided this is on state contract, so at least by going with one of these state contract companies, we would think that we would have the best possible price. So it's not anything more than what you see, but the double-sided would be kind of perpendicular to the road, and then a one-sided would just be facing the road. So it just depends on where we would put it.
We did get some other bids from other companies, and these were the low bids as well.
Yeah, this is something that I think would be really great with helping the community. We have some of the most drive-bys here right on State Street, so that when we're having different activities or education opportunities or events, this is something that can help the community stay connected. Just one more way to market and outreach what's going on. I personally, I would like to propose to council to consider a double side just because of the angle of State Street and our property. One-sided, I don't know that people would catch it as well if it's parallel to the street only. If you think about, where you've seen these and the experience that is maybe a better experience if you're going to consider it.
How much RDA funds, oops, sorry.
No, go ahead, Van.
How much RDA funds are available for that?
More than 50.
So it could all come out of that. And I agree with the mayor. If we do this, it's got to be perpendicular with both sides, is my opinion.
I would agree with that.
Does our ordinance allow for businesses to put in LED?
Yeah, that's my
Yes.
question.
They do.
That too.
Mike's shaking his head no.
We'd have to change the ordinance?
I thought they could, up to a certain size.
Businesses cannot, unless they're on I-15. So,
Okay.
but our ordinance allows us for public signs or school district signs.
Governmental signs, so school districts, that's why you see the different schools have their LED signs. Any governmental building is not regulated by our sign ordinance.
So
Just
do
for
as I say,
fun.
or don't do as I do.
Yeah, that feels a little bit uncomfortable for me that we're not gonna allow our businesses to do it, but we're okay to do it because we're more important. That feels a little off to me.
I agree with that.
Change that?
Do we want everybody to have it, or?
You know,
That's
the question.
a pricey deal.
You get requests along State Street quite often.
I know that was one of the reasons that, what was his name, Paul at McElbee's? I'm not McElbee's, at Wallabies, had very many problems with his not being able to communicate with the city, and that's why he moved to Orem, and is not being able to get what he wanted to say out there. McElbee's does very well.
Just for fun, who would be in charge of the messaging I'm sure it'd be done remotely, but, I mean, what department, what's?
That's a great question. We haven't decided that yet, so.
Okay.
At our business that we had along State Street, we spent $1 gazillion on ours. That was on State Street at Pal Garage Stores. And it is a tricky business to try to get the right programming. I was trained with YESCO, and it was still a difficult thing to do. And so making sure that we have the right person in charge of the graphics and those kinds of things. It's always easy to do a simple messaging, but to do some of the funner things, you got to get somebody that's got some good training. So that was quite the nightmare. I was grateful when I was not in charge of that anymore.
So it sounds like if council is open to the concept, they also might want to revisit the sign ordinance throughout the community.
I
See if
would
it's worth
propose
enough
that. We had drawn up plans to do one at the pizza factory and didn't know that we couldn't do it, so, until right now.
Mike, is there anything that you can think of that would be a negative to changing the ordinance? I mean, is there something that we're just not seeing, some unforeseen consequences? Would it be like, couldn't be worse, well, than our neighbor's State Street, but.
No, I mean, I like how Lindon stays with the monument signs.
You can still require a monument with
Don't
this
allow
one.
the pole signs on State Street at least.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
I'd like to revisit that.
I mean, you're always dealing with, whether or not they comply with your requirements. A lot of them like to flash the signs, and they don't, it's just keeping the 3 seconds, so, display timing.
I noticed today there's actually one that's fairly newly installed just right here on the other side of Neaters. The truck car dealership has one now there in Orem, just right on our boundary. So it's not huge.
So
So-
for purposes of tonight, maybe a budget placeholder with the caveat that we need to revisit the
Study the
ordinance, is that?
topic.
Great. Yeah.
Okay, and for the double-sided, is that
Correct.
what's desired?
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
All right.
Making
Okay.
sure it's beefy.
thank you.
If we're going to do it, make sure it's, Heath has done a lot of research on this, so proposing a size that would be adequate to read. He showed me different ones that we were looking at what different communities or cities have done, and sometimes they're too small or just how they're placed, and so he's done a lot of research on that.
Yep, we do have the funds available in the RDA, and it is in this draft of the budget. And so additional capital, moving on with this list, park tax expenditures, replacing the playground at Meadow Park, and then purchasing a Bobcat tool cap, which was actually in the 22 budget, but just with the supply chain issues is moving forward into the 23 budget.
Just a quick question on that, and it may be to Juan. How often would that Bobcat be used, and how does this play out versus renting if the demand's not that great? So how often would you use it?
This is actually Heath's.
Heath's?
It's for the park,
Yes.
for the arena.
Yeah, for the arena.
Yeah, I could give you some information on that. It's, for us, it's going to be a forklift, a trail broom, a bucket loader. The tool cat is the one that's on wheels, it's roadworthy, that can be used for could be daily, certainly weekly, to be used for a variety of things, salter and a snow plow for trails and parking lots. So it's the multi-use one that's on wheels. It's not like a tractor. It's a little bit more unique.
And on the trail grooming, can it take care of the goat heads on the Heritage Trail?
I'm sorry, Mayor, did you say that again?
Could it take care of the goat heads on the Heritage Trail grooming?
Yes.
Trail grooming, I know that's something people have been asking me about.
In fact, I'm
Up on the
happy
east
to
side.
collect all those and give them to whoever they want to plant in their yards.
That would be great.
Forgive me, I'm a chatty Cathy tonight, but these are interesting things. I wanted a clarification from Juan. I think we talked about this when I came and met with you. We have $1.37 million for road capital improvements, but we also have funds from projects that were approved in prior year that haven't been expensed yet or haven't been paid yet. So an idea of what our total road.
So going forward to next budget year, we're actually spending all the money and then a little bit more to finish the 2800 West construction from 6 South to 6 North. Right, yeah, 600 North to 400 North. So we're actually spending all that money. We don't have any carry forward.
Before the end of fiscal year '22?
Correct.
Okay.
So this year, we're only planning on 1.37 because we're holding off for a more 3.5 million to do Center Street and Canal Drive. So this year, we're going a little shy, so we don't break the bank.
That makes sense. Thank you.
All right, moving on.
Then in the park impact fee fund, then we've got amenities being added at Pioneer Park, Pheasant Brook Park, Meadow Park, Hollow Park, City Center Park, and Friar Park. Okay. Then looking at the enterprise funds and the water fund, we've got 130,000 in improvements to wells, 785,000 in improvements to secondary water system, and 2.4 million in improvements to the culinary water system. And so again, this is in addition to the 2.8 million that will be spent on the secondary water meters in the operating budget. Then in the sewer fund, we've got these expenditures, like the 100,000 for the Lindon Orem flow meter replacement, 97,000 for the upgrade to sewer lift, and 210,000 in infiltration elimination. And a lot of those are carrying forward. They were in this current budget, but not getting done, so they'll be in the next budget. Correct. And the stormwater fund, the big one is the 600,000 for stormwater piping. The recreation fund, improvement projects at the aquatic center, a lot of mechanical improvements. And then a bridge over the river, and then at the community center, improvement projects over there.
Are there grants that are involved in any of that 135, or is that outside of the grants?
For the community center, I can check on that.
This is outside of the CDBG.
I think
So
so,
that
yeah,
the
this
current
is-
CDBG projects is actually under construction. and
Correct,
so-
yeah, these are just like,
We have something that's maybe future, or we
No.
just don't have the grants for those yet?
Not that I'm aware of.
And
I think
that's
this
like the
is,
upstairs and whatnot, right?
this is more major, just repairs and,
Okay.
yeah.
I can get that list for you. Sorry, I don't
Yeah,
recall that off the
I
top of
forgot.
my head, so.
So then, looking at how all of this affects our fund balance. So really tiny numbers. Oops. Okay, whoa. And I guess it got it too big and now it won't show. Anyway, so we'll be ending the year with a fund balance over $3 million, which is 25% of budgeted revenues. And the state did increase our limit from 25 to 35. And this is still in process, but since our last budget, we've added a lot of more capital projects. And what I see happen usually is that our sales tax and revenues have been coming in very well. And so at the end of the year, we're exceeding what I think that we'll end in. So I feel good about the 25%, knowing that, the end of the year that we'll probably end up
We'll have
having more.
room.
Right.
Yeah.
So the end of this year, I'm like, oh, let's transfer more money into
It seemed like
road
that's a pattern
fund.
that's happened
Oh,
last 5 or 6.
right.
It seems like it always happens, which is great.
Right. Okay.
All right, summary.
Yep, so, again, this is in preparation for the proposed budget, and that will be presented at the city council on May 16th. There. Oop. And then the final budget will be presented to city council on June 20th. And just wanted to point out that we are using a lot of these extra sales tax revenues for one-time purchases. Granted, one-time purchases, like, yeah, I mean, we do use some of it for operations and normal things, but we're also using that for the one-time large purchases.
All right, thank you, Kristen. Council, any comments, any questions for Kristen here?
I think we're in a good place, and
Knock on wood.
for a smooth adaptation.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, we got through a lot.
Nighttime reading.
And thank you,
Oh,
Kristen.
thinking of you, Kristen.
With all that you've had on your plate, thank you so much for crossing the finish line here. We appreciate you.
Yes, with the audit and the budget, it makes me
Yes.
feel like I've been doing my taxes for the last 2 weeks.
That's right. How apropos on tax day, right?
Wouldn't you agree? Second.
All right, we're now on to item number 10, where we will recess to the Lindon City Redevelopment Agency meeting, RDA.
I make a motion to move to recess the Linden City Council meeting and convene as the Linden City RDA.
I'll second.
Motion by Van, seconded by Randy, I think. Took that a little quicker. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, now we need to do
Thank you.
a roll call. All right,
You wanna start?
go ahead and start with for us, Daryl.
Darrell Magley, present.
Jake Hoyt, present.
Present.
Carolyn Lundberg, present.
Randy Powell, present.
Van Broderick, present.
All right. And then do we need to open public hearing as
You-
well?
Do we want to
Approve
approve
the
the
minutes.
minutes first?
Okay,
I'll
Just a
motion
moment.
that we approve the RDA meeting minutes of October 4th.
all
Nope,
right,
21.
March
21.
2022.
all right, thank you.
Second.
Okay, motion by Jake, seconded by Daryl, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. All right, we are now in a public hearing. Motion time, we're gonna do, well,
Do you need a motion to open?
yeah, I'd like to
I'll make a
move
motion
forward
to
to that.
open.
Thank you. Motion by Randy,
Second.
seconded by Van, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think we're good to go for you.
Thank you, board members. We have Rob Sant, he's on Zoom this evening with us, and so I'm going to turn the time over to him, but this will be making your first official step in creating or passing a resolution for the Lindon Park CRA area, and so I will turn the time over to Rob.
Great, thanks so much, Mike. Sorry I can't be there with you guys today. I'm down in sunny St. George for the UCMA conference, where I'm sure a lot of you will be joining me later in the week for the league conference. But so as Mike kind of mentioned, this is the first step in creating a community reinvestment area. It's really more of a formality that the board has to do. So in order to adopt or to give the consultant and staff permission to draft the project area plan and budget, the board needs to, by resolution, and it's called the survey resolution, approve that. And what that does is it designates a geographic area located within the agency or the city's boundaries as a survey area. And then we, as the consultants with the agency staff, will determine whether project area development in that area is feasible. And it also grants us authorization to prepare a draft project area plan and budget, which we will then bring before the board in a public hearing for you to approve that project area plan and budget. So with that, I'll take any questions.
All right, council, any questions? Okay, this is a public hearing as well, so if there's anything from the public. Okay,
I'll motion to close the public hearing.
thank you. Motion by Jacob, seconded by Van. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Anyone ready to,
Make a motion if anyone, unless you
Okay.
have discussions.
any further discussion on this matter? Any other questions for our consultant here while he's,
I think we're just
Yeah.
as gung-ho as we were before. Keep up the good work and full speed ahead.
right? Keep moving forward for that deadline.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your good work. All right. Mike, any other comments you have for us?
We
on
have
this
the
matter?
resolution ready for you to pass this evening, and so if you're ready to
And
do
I
that.
see the resolution, but I don't see a motion, so I'll just go ahead and just,
Oh,
just,
sorry
Bring
about
it.
that.
Love it.
is there one I didn't see, but I'll say, a motion to approve resolution number 3 of the RDA as presented.
I'll second that.
Okay, motioned by Randy, seconded by Mike Venturi. All in favor?
Aye.
Very good.
Seasoned
right.
veteran doesn't need sample motions. She'll do her own.
Clarification, then that motion, or that resolution is number 2022-3-RDA.
Oh, there it
So
is.
just for the record, so. I think we had that, a typo on the top of that one, so in our agenda, it was correct.
Thank you very much.
All right, so we're on to discussion item 5, correct?
Actually, we have
Yes,
to.
well, hang on.
Oh,
So need to adjourn the.
I move to
RDA.
adjourn the Lindon RDA meeting and reconvene the Lindon City Council meeting.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, very good. We're now back into the regularly scheduled Linden City Council meeting. Okay, here we go. All right, so now we're on item number 11. This is a review and action for the appointment of the General Plan Committee members being presented by our Community Development Director, Michael Florence.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and council members. So this evening, we're excited to present to you our General Plan Committee. We're excited to kick this project off. I appreciate the help in reviewing names, and I think we've got a good representation from across the community. And so, we're hoping to have these members approved this evening. And then we have already invited them to attend the joint meeting on the 28th if they're approved tonight. And the mayor has helped reach out to these individuals, so.
can I ask about that meeting on the 28th?
Yeah,
Is that, we're just all, I know
All
it's an open
commissioners.
meeting, but we're just more casual kind of a meeting?
more
or-
casual. We'll
Okay.
have a light dinner for you guys that night. So we'll have the city council, the planning commission, and our general plan committee. So that evening, landmark design will, they will take about an hour, maybe an hour and 15 minutes, and go over, kicking off the general plan, talking about the different elements that are passed as part of the general plan. And so we're working on that full agenda right now. And then after we're done with them, we'll take a few minutes and go over some more discussion on the commercial design standards.
So it's a full evening? Okay.
All right, great. And you'll be able to summarize that in an email going out to everybody as well.
I will,
So
yep.
Thank you.
So,
All right, council, any other questions about the committee members that have been submitted for the general plan meetings?
Wonderful.
And the anticipation is these will be throughout the year, one per month.
one per
correct?
month, yep.
And they'll act as an advisory committee.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we'll meet once a month. The consultant will present different elements of the general plan. So, for example, we'll probably start with the land use section. And so we'll go through that 1 month, and the transportation section, the economic development, those types of goals. We'll talk about housing. So all those, this group will make recommendations for the plan. We'll also, the Planning Commission under state law is one of the main bodies for reviewing and making a recommendation to you. And so we'll be making regular updates to the Planning Commission as well. And then the hope is that we'll have 2 more joint meetings with the Planning Commission, City Council, and General Plan Committee throughout the year. And then hopefully wrap this up and bring you a final plan sometime in January.
Clarification, those names that are not alternate have all been contacted and have said yes at this point.
Is that correct, Mayor?
That's correct, yes.
And you know what you're getting into.
You haven't made the motion yet, so kind of like speak now or forever hold your peace, as the judge says, or the clergy says.
Good to go. All right, any other questions on this general plan study work? We appreciate the staff and council and commissioners and all the citizens in advance for helping do some heavy lifting
Could we
on
recognize
this.
the people who are in attendance that are on this list?
We have not.
Good.
So is there any, but those who are in attendance, I'd like to recognize them who happen to be here, so.
So,
All right, yes.
And a speech as well, Lincoln.
if we could pull that up, let's see, do we just, Lisa and Lincoln,
Lincoln.
is that the only two?
I believe so.
So here's our committee. We've got 12 or 13 up there. And so we've asked Lincoln and Lisa, they'll both be representing, they're here this evening, and we're excited for them to serve.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, speech, no, just kidding. All right.
I know for myself, I'm excited for the opportunity and appreciate your trust. I participated in something similar many, many, many years ago with Bruce Carpenter. And I felt bad that I wasn't as informed then. I'm looking forward to being more informed and educated because you guys have been incredible teachers.
Well, thank you for your consistent attendance here as a community member, so appreciate that. And then Lisa, thank you as well. Anything you'd like to add? We don't need to put you on the spot.
No, I'm excited to serve.
Wonderful. And share with us your profession. I think that's interesting for them to know.
I am an executive assistant for Central Utah Water Conservancy District.
Nice.
And
Yes.
so I have some background that way. And I used to work for an engineering firm that was, worked on the master plan for Cottonwood Heights. So I've seen it from a couple of different angles.
That's right. We're excited to have you. Thank you.
Great.
Lots of talented people, lots of people that are passionate about Lindon. It's all good. All right, council.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion
Thank
to
you.
approve the appointment of the general plan committee members as presented.
Okay, we have a motion by Daryl,
I'll second that.
seconded by Randy. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, it is unanimous. Thank you so much, council, and thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Okay. Okay, we're on to, moving along. Item number 12, this is a review and action on the secondary water metering grant with the Division of Water Resources. And we'll go ahead and have this will be presented by Juan, and I'm sure Adam will also be filling in. And one of the things that, as a council, we have been discussing, there's kind of two separate things going on here. We have this opportunity for very significant funding to alleviate a state unfunded mandate to put in meters by 2030, and legislators each year frequently are moving things along even closer and closer with the drought conditions. And we want to recognize all that's been done by city staff to shore up our systems, as well as residents who've been cognizant of the drought and making personal efforts to be more water-wise users. We are looking at this funding as a significant opportunity to offset what could be a very, very costly required implementation. Unfortunately, the timeline puts us in a point where we have to determine the acceptance of the grant, and there are a lot of myriad of issues that we're going to have to delve into. With this is not a simple situation. We've discussed as a council that this is not deciding anything about how things will be addressed with different property owners or tiered rates. There's a lot of things that we're going to have. We want to talk with our citizens and have input on timelines in those regards and whatnot. Any other comments from council as we go into this? Okay, it's a challenging issue. Right now, American Fork is already they're installing. I've talked with a number of other cities. Actually, some of them are already installing. And it's going to be a run for the meters to meet the deadline, as well as limited funding resources and grants. So
I might add, though, that public might be interested to know that 2 years ago, when we first being encountered with this from the state legislature, the date was 2040. And just in this short period of time, they've
upped it 10 years.
They've taken 10
So
years off.
that's all going to be part of the presentation. We're going to run you through a timeline of
Thank you.
what got us here.
And one of the things is, as a council, we really want to understand what's in front of us so that we can then counsel and understand how this might be executed. We're not talking about execution, we're talking about, there's a lot of detail to still dive into with all this, so.
Correct.
One spoke on a wheel with a lot of problems.
Yeah. All right.
Well, thank you, Council Mayor, for this opportunity. I got here just at the time when water is a shortage. It's a very precious commodity to keep our city growing and looking at its best on our landscaping. So this is what we're trying to install. Here's the meter. It is an open port, so that takes out the possibility of clogging. The previous meter that we're using, or the meter that we're using in culinary, actually has these little crosshairs inside that if there is any moss or any other debris, will plug it and cause to read deficiently. So this is a big improvement. The second big improvement, this is a cellular transmitter. So it just, whatever it's reading, sends it to our database with the utility clerk, but then also our residents will be able to.
The property owner can then manage.
The property
with
owner
an
can
app.
actually
Yeah.
see, and I'm gonna go this into more detail. So what got us here? 1862, long time ago, the Provo Bench and North Union Canal began construction. It's still the same 1,600 acres, and back then, 1,600 shares, and back then each share was worth $25. That's what it cost. The actual water amount, it hasn't changed. It's still the same acre feet per share. In the late 1950s, the canal started to get concrete lined to eliminate a lot of the exfiltration, leaks, and better conveyance of the water. 1992, 1993, thanks to all the legacy share contributors, got us to where we are, where we can actually have water for irrigation. It would be impossible at this time to provide all the water needed from irrigation from our wells, from our drinking water. So without this water shares or this water from our reservoirs, Lindon City would be in a world of hurt trying to get the water for irrigating our landscape. 1993, the water system, the secondary system, became operational. 1999, the legislature started seeing that we needed to start conserving some of this water. Back then, we started getting into a little more pronounced droughts. There was more people tapping into the water sources. So back then, we needed to start preparing a conservation plan so we can ensure the water sources. And then we update that plan every 5 years. And I'll go into some highlights with that. The 2019 Water Conservation Plan update, the council approved that include metering of secondary water as a method of conservation, as it is occurring at the Anderson Farms development currently. That is a state law, correct? Yes, in 2019, there was a state law. Every new meter or new construction required to have a meter connection. And then it didn't dictate if they were gonna get billed for usage or not. We just wanted to see how much water is being used so we can be better, manage the water better. 2021, for the first time in a while that I did some research, we actually got cuts to the natural flow of the Provo River, and it started with 70%, 50%, and towards the end of August,
beginning of September, we were at 30% of the natural flow.
And that kind of follows the consensus where you might own so many shares on paper, but the wet water that might be given to you can be greatly reduced.
Correct. So we have about 8,000 acre feet of water. At 30%, that wouldn't be, if it stayed for a long period of time, it wouldn't be sufficient to provide the water that we're currently using. So on paper, we have a lot of water, but if we don't keep it in the reservoirs and use it wisely, all we have is air to go by. And we're not the only users. There's everybody in the Wasatch Front up and down. Even farther north, there are some places where the reservoirs are as low as 40%. At a state level right now, we are at 2 points lower than last year at the same time. We're in the 60% of our capacity. The only good thing that we have going is that the moisture in the ground is a little higher, so whatever runoff we get, we might get to about 80% of what our reservoirs can hold. And I'm glad I have Lisa here that has some knowledge on that, in that regard. 1999, the House Bill 153 started the Conservation Plan Act. 2004, we started metering. Well, in the plan, we suggested that we start installing meters for institutions, for schools, governments, facilities, parks, and so forth, of which we are just recently beginning to install those meters. 2009 and 2015, there was no big change on that update. But in 2019, this is where, in our plan, it says it's wanting to install those meters so we can see what those schools and the bigger properties, parks, are using. This year, we're already installing. We have a grant for meters and this other technology to do our irrigation, thanks to Ron Clegg and Heath Bateman for their support on going after those grants to buy those smart clocks so we can start, and then we're going to install the meters to start monitoring the water use. 2017, Anderson Farms Development Agreement requires that all the water connections are metered. At that point, we're also now charging them for the usage because of the infrastructure they had to build on site. They had a pretty good, one is a sewer lift station, but they also capture a lot of groundwater so they can have basements, and that same water we use to pump back into the irrigation system, so we don't just pump it out to the lake.
Are we finding the usage on those, even though, are we finding the usage of those meters or those connections exorbitant or?
No, they are actually
reasonable?
they're actually using what they should be using. They're monitoring their usage, and that's setting a good precedent for the use of meters. 2020, State Bill 52. That's where we said all the new connections starting on April 1st have to have a secondary meter. Anderson Farms saw it then, and because to pay for the infrastructure, that's when we started instituting those meters. Other cities, Spanish Fork and where I'm kind of in that part of the county, when they installed their meters, they started charging for the usage. So Anderson Farms and Ivory Homes saw that in writing and said, okay, we'll do the meters, and then with the agreement with the city, they said, okay, this is going to be the fee, and this is the way to move forward.
And just as a reminder then, so the state's requiring new development anywhere in the city has to have a secondary meter installed. We are only charging on the west side of town in that Anderson Farms development area. And so charging for the usage of that metered. So if there's a secondary meter installed elsewhere in the city, in the center part of town, we are not currently charging for that usage on other than the base rates, the monthly base rates.
Maybe not a fair question, but I know right now we pay, what, where I'm living, we pay $10 or $10.60 a month.
Yeah, it depends on your acreage.
Yeah, it depends on your acreage.
It goes from the 10, 20, $30 up to about 60 for some from farms.
But how do you think that will turn out with the metering? I mean, I'm thinking it'd be more than $10.
We don't have an answer for that tonight, and part of what we'll be proposing is that we need several years of data before we know what to charge and how much people are actually using. And so we would not be recommending that, other than the monthly base rates, that the metered usage be charged at this time for any of these new meters.
Elaborate.
Studied and get the public engaged and as well, so.
Yeah, without the data, we would be off base to give you a guess. So I just don't know.
$10, whatever is currently on your bill, that's the base rate you're talking
Yeah,
about.
that base rate would need to continue, and those are revenues that we're currently collecting and are dependent upon to maintain and operate our system, but a future use charge is yet to be determined.
And something that, like Mayor Miller talked about in Saratoga, they've already implemented all the meters. And they looked at, some properties so that you can encourage keeping some pasture and open space. Those properties are given a larger tier range than maybe a single-family dwelling that's on a quarter acre. So those are all things we need to explore so we can encourage and get the public to share their concerns and know how to fairly create.
When you
those
talk about
charges.
metering costs, what would that money be used for? And how is it different from the system we already have now? Other than just metering it?
Right, so the expectation right now in Lindon City, so we've had that secondary system in place since '93, and that base rate has never changed, that monthly rate that people are assessed. We've had our operations and replacement and manpower, pipes, infrastructure, any new pumps, any replacement pumps, lines.
Just the assessments
Yeah.
on paying to the canal companies to do the upkeep on the.
Yeah, so when individuals develop their land, or if they turn in shares, then the city assumes those assessments from the irrigation companies. So those costs increase over time. They've been subsidized by culinary water rates. And so since we've never changed that pressurized irrigation base rate, we have to cover those costs somewhere, and so that has come from culinary rates. And so our expectation is in a few years, once we have some good data on the usage of these secondary meters, is if the city council chooses to implement a fee on the secondary meter, that you may see that increase in the secondary metering usage fee. But in theory, our hope is that we can then decrease the culinary rates. And so right now, there are neighborhoods that don't have, or individual properties that don't have a secondary connection. And they're, in technical purposes, helping to subsidize that secondary use. And so.
And just to explain the history a little bit, Juan or Adam, anyone who has a secondary system now had to either give cash equivalent to water shares or turn in actual water shares, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And I will go into that evaluation of what we were planning to do when we get the data of what that's going to look like on fees, but that's kind of a little further down the presentation. So in 2021, State Bill 199 actually called for this, all these connections to have a meter by 2040. And this mandate also came with $2 million in grants for systems that had fewer than 5,000 connections. We were proactive and we jumped on the opportunity of this grant, and we were actually we were the only selected city to receive this $1.2 million, which is comes with a 50% match. Our total price tag for the project right now it's about $2.8 million. An additional $400,000 has been pledged from Central Utah Water Conservancy District to accomplish this. Even though they don't have really anything to, well, they do have something to gain, but not in this regard. With donating this or pledging this $400,000, their idea says that if we conserve water, that's just more water that's going to be kept in the reservoirs, and they are pretty much an overall water manager not just for irrigation, but they also provide all the culinary water for the west part of the Utah County. This year, Bill H 242 moves the deadline to installing those meters to 2030. Comes with a $250 million in grants, and they offer up to 70% of the cost, living with Lindon City with a 30% match. And then every year that goes by, they will reduce that amount to 70, 60, so forth, until they run out of the match.
Funds are gone.
And then after that, in 2030, there is penalties that they're working on what that would be for municipalities or providers that do not comply with this.
So within the legislation that was passed this session, it has a penalty if we do not have all meters connected by January 1st of 2030, that we will be ineligible for any state-assisted water funds. And then it also imposes a fine, dollars per connection that is not completed. And then it escalates every year thereafter. If you don't have it installed thereafter, it goes up. So in addition to those penalties, if you're not completed by the 2030 deadline, they also, Juan mentioned, they are decreasing the amount that you can apply for further grants. So for in 2022 and 2023, they will cover up to 70%, could be awarded of the total costs. And then it drops 10% every year thereafter. So if you wait a few years to apply for a state grant, you get less money. So they're trying to push all of the secondary water providers to install these as soon as possible. That's really the intent of the legislation.
And I think it's important to note when they say 2030, Adam mentioned January 1, you have to be done in 2029 in all purpose.
And how long do you estimate our current size of our city? Would this be a 2-year, 3-year process overall?
I'm counting on a 2-year process to install all the meters.
So we would have to begin a couple of years in advance of that deadline, if that deadline doesn't move again, assuming that it stays.
I think that
where it's at.
deadline is pretty well set in stone now, the 2030. It's just how the legislature is gonna push us to comply with that, and it's a good time to be the first ones to already have that 50% match. On the other 50% match, we have the opportunity to go and apply for that other 70% match, so our contribution from our pocket, from the city funds, will be greatly reduced. So.
Maybe premature, but my guess is there's gonna be a box or what called a land office stampede for contractors to do this. Have you started doing the?
Yeah, the initial stampede is gonna be to get this little fellas here. So I've been trying to get pilot programs with different meters so I can put them to the test. One other brand, I requested 40 meters for a test pilot about 8 months ago.
So supply chain is an issue.
Supply chain. The reason why we went with this supplier is that I told them I want 40 meters, and in 2 days they had them here, and they're made in Texas. It's all brass and bronze. The other meters that I was looking at are plastic and very easy to cross threads and have damage. A lot of positives with this meter right here. So,
Saratoga Springs mentioned that they used multiple contractors so that it kind of came in quicker. Would you anticipate doing something similar here? I guess as long as meters were available.
yeah, that's definitely once I get marching orders of saying we're gonna proceed with this, we will start on the design and send it out to bid and then we'll probably divide the city in 4 quadrants and try to get some preliminary bids, trying to get as many people involved as possible so we can get the project done.
And one of the things too, I know council has discussed and needs a lot further discussion is how do we engage with our citizens on the education and
Yes.
help them learn to use these meters and
Correct.
not be charged in the meantime.
Yeah,
while
so there's definitely a proposal here. Let me just continue with this part of the presentation. We're also doing a master plan update on our water system, the culinary and the secondary water. And the draft already on the master plan says that metering is the primary method to achieve water conservation. This consultant was involved in the program or the citizen outreach in Eagle Mountain and other places, so they are very well aware. They've seen the results from those changes in those cities and how to engage the citizenry and get the right contractors to get the project done. Metering secondary water can reduce water use by 20%. So the way we're growing in the city and the more places we have to irrigate, if we don't get a hold of if we don't get some kind of conservation, we will need to build bigger. With this plan of conserving just the 20%, if we go more, it's even better. But at the 20% conservation, they've identified that we wouldn't need to build additional ponds to hold the water to provide for secondary water. So that's a huge price savings just on getting that conservation, not having to build more infrastructure. And then we can keep promoting different ways of fund smart meters, landscaping, modifications to landscaping. I know Central Utah Water has quite a few programs with, the flip the strip or getting the smart meters, and they contribute quite a bit of money for it. And then internally, we would make changes to how we are designing parks, how we're designing detention ponds, where we put the grass that is actually going to be used. And if we're just using the grass to step on it and mow it, then maybe that grass shouldn't be there. We should do something different. And then also try to do some kind of ordinances to promote some of this water-wise landscaping with our residents and industry. So this is the slide that I was referring to. If we do not get any kind of a conservation, if we keep going the same way, we're looking at $3 million to upsize one of the ponds. We have to upsize piping to keep the level of service going, and then new other construction. So we're looking at about $6 million just on the bigger projects, not counting the smaller ones, which is twice as much as we would spend if we do the meters and work with our public to educate and get better at using our water. So this is our current system of the city. This is where we have irrigation. Everything just barely east of Geneva Road, of maybe 800 west, that's the cutoff point. And then Anderson Farms extended their line all the way to Ivory Homes. This kind of gives us a good avenue to perhaps later get more irrigation out to the Fieldstone people, or we just, by reducing the culinary water charges based on charging some for water usage, maybe there is no need to get them into the secondary water. But this is just the current situation.
Because right now, Fieldstone is outside of the scope of PI on that side of town, right?
Yeah, back then when Fieldstone got built, there was not even an idea that there was going to be secondary, that was going to be kept that way. When Ivory came in and decided to extend, that's when. But we don't have any infrastructure installed in.
Can you speak a little bit, I don't want to hijack this, but how much is being recaptured by the drainage systems that Ivory has put around those homes that they have, and that offsets the potential for irrigation, need for pressurized irrigation water in that area? Do we know approximately how much it's offsetting, or?
So I don't have that number, but I think we prepared a usage, and I think they are providing. So they with the amount of water that comes in, this is the idea. They pump so much water, but whatever they don't have, we supplement from our ponds. That's how it's built. In the recharge time of the day, when it's from 10 to 6, those pumps were supposed to keep going and charge upstream, but I don't think that is working the way they intended, because it's a long ways to push push up the hill. So we are revising that thinking, and, but I don't have an actual.
Do you
It's
retain that water
not as
someplace?
much groundwater as was anticipated.
Okay.
Correct.
That comes from a lot of drought years in a row, too.
Yeah, yeah, and some of it, I mean, you're cutting in wherever those streets are, where the homes are being put with those foundation drains, you're intercepting that water in a hundred different places, yeah, and so it could change based on the test pits that they dug initially when it was all farmland. They filled up right away within a few days, they were all full of water, and so, but again, that's a lot of variables there, so.
Yeah, and then we're still reviewing the.
I just didn't know if you
Yeah.
had any data on that yet.
I will get that data submitted to you in an email.
Thank you, Juan.
Anderson Farms, okay. All right, another issue that we're looking with the master plan, if you look at this map, this is the pressures at these different locations without conservation. So they actually put all the data they can on this model, and they say if we don't have any conservation, this is what the pressures look like. So anything on the green, these green dots, it's good pressures. Anything with the reddish and blue are below that we would like to have. I mean, 25 to 30 is still okay, but the blue ones are definitely, we need to do something to get them the pressure. If we do implement some kind of a conservation, I'm just highlighting at this area with the red square that we have actually put our pressure meter, and this is recording 24 hours a day for 7 days based on the usage. So on the static pressure, we get to that 30 PSI, but when everybody starts watering under and around, it drops as much as to 5 PSI. So that's just really not enough pressure to service. What this neighborhood has been doing is they're actually watering during the 10 to 6 when everybody's not watering, just to get their pressures up.
During the daytime.
During
there's
the
highest
daytime.
Evaporation.
So we're aware of it, and we're working with them because we don't want their landscape to die, but we don't want to encourage that in the rest of the city, and that's something that we need to look at. Now, with the conservation plan, a few of those same areas up there in the north side, most of them went away, but we still have a few remaining dots here that we will still need have in our rearview mirror or in our foresight to see how we're gonna get them a good service. Okay, so there are some good things with conservation that will go. This other picture, this is from July or August of 2021, and this is just from a website from the USDA that the farmers use to see the health of their crop. And we borrowed it to just show up a place in Lindon. We have a church, we have a park, we have a cemetery, and we have some residential. So it's a really
house.
We don't know where the mayor lives over here, but it's there too. So this next picture shows that is the area that is actually growing a good, healthy lawn, that it's live grass, it's a landscape area. But the next picture is the one that is very telling. The darker the color, the more saturated the grass is, the ground is. So we are looking to get kind of this kind of color right here, which is some darker, but some light, but not the really dark, for example, here in the middle of the park, or along some places at the church, for example. With metering, this is something that we can say, hey, let's tweak it down to so much time or so many gallons. You know, the recommended water use is about 11 to 12 inches of water per month in the hot summer.
So we'll have the ability to tweak that for residents?
What's that?
We'll have the ability to tweak
No,
that for residents?
with the meters, you say, hey, you're using a little too much. Look at your sprinkler, see how much the time is using, but they don't know how Do you guys know how many gallons you're using for your lawn?
We could
It's an
provide the
education.
data, is what he's saying.
Yeah, we can provide the data.
So to Friar Park there, where you point to the darker color, that's a recession there, and there's the topography there, is that correct? I've only been there a few times, but it's very recessed, so it seems like there'd be slopage and it would gather there, hence why it's showing it's extra
Correct.
dark, and so it's hard to
Right, so,
water efficiently that way.
right, so instead of saying, let's just turn all the sprinklers every zone for an hour, where we can say, okay, these areas can need an hour, but we can do 35 minutes here.
In this,
I mean, this is in addition to the water meters. This is a really good tool that we can say, once a month or once every 6 months, go and say, okay, what areas do you think we need to focus to? And then, so we don't look at every meter, we can say, okay, these areas, and then we can send a newsletter or a reminder or a text or something to help us conserve the water. It's gonna be a reach out educational process with a lot of
perhaps,
residents.
I know I would be personally interested to see where I'm at and what I can do, so to help alleviate that.
Yeah.
Some residents might want to look into what they can do.
So, one, I don't know if you were gonna cover this or not, but from what I understand, the app can tell you exactly what appliances are in your home. There was some detail there, I think.
So we have two systems. We have the culinary system that will tell you about your appliances. The one that we are implementing right now is just for the secondary
Just for the
one.
secondary, but people
Right.
can also get on their
So,
phone. a
so
way to
eventually,
manage.
the goal is to install, this unit is the one that gives you the access to the app for culinary and for secondary. But right now, we do not have the funds to go after the culinary water. So we'll start with the secondary, and then as we need to start replacing descending units, we'll try to shift.
Would you say with the app that the homeowner is then able to access that at any time they want without?
Yep.
Having to access
We're
staff.
about there to that shot. I'm about two screens.
sorry.
Two screens. So the idea is that if we go and sign this contract, will be to send a public announcement of the secondary meter installation to all the residents. Then we'll have an open house meeting towards the fall, when we actually hire a contractor and have all the plans of how we're gonna proceed. There we're gonna say why we're metering, do all the education, what the connection looks like, how will this mess up my yard, and this is just one of those work in progress type thing. We'll have all the information, how much is this gonna cost the residents, how much it's gonna cost the city. And before any decisions to bill for the meter usage occurs, outside of Anderson Farms, we're already charging. The city wants to collect 2 to 3 years of data after all meters have been installed, and the installation is expected to last about 2 years. During this time, the monthly base rate charge will continue as is, the same price as from 1993.
This is about 5 years out before.
5 years out before
any-
we bill. Now, when I met with you individually in my office, and we went about the projects and we looked up at the revenues, what I'm trying to do is actually say, okay, this is how much it costs to run the secondary water system, and this is how much it costs to run the culinary system, because all the revenues come to the same area, but I can kind of divide the costs to the best I can, and we also have the revenue. So what I want to do is that the secondary system is actually paying for itself, that it's self-sufficient, and the same thing and then in the process, come up with our reserves as a enterprise fund to respond to emergencies. But we won't have that until about 2 or 3 years after we analyze the data, and I can come to you and say, this is a recommendation, and this is what we need to do. But all the decisions that I make in my office, in my division, is with very data-driven decisions. I think I met with all of you, show you all the projects, show you all my costs, and how things are getting paid for. It's just not figures that I just dream of. So this is the actual application. is one of the examples. Right now, we have this beacon technology. This is what we're actually using right now for billing. We will be able to continue using that same software. Before, we were looking at having a third-party host the information and distribute it to the residents. With this system, we don't have to pay that third party, and it'll be all seamless with what we're doing with our current billing department. So here on this, you can probably see it. It tells you how much you're using per month up and down on a daily basis, in a month, weekly. It does have some features of if you're using more out of the ordinary, it sends you an alarm, says, hey, check for a leak, so you don't get surprised with different fees.
Do you know of any other municipalities who are using Beacon?
Not on the secondary water system. Everybody that uses the Badger, which is about 70% of Utah County, use the Beacon software, but I don't know if they're using their cellular system.
So part of the state's legislation requires that we have to have some methodology of informing the customers of their usage. And so this would check that box.
Correct. And this is the big one here, the one that I'm really working on to make sure everybody's taken care of. Our legacy share donors, holders. So we have this software that we're currently updating. So this is just gives you a map of all the areas that have contributed water shares. Green means that they have actually put down the amount of shares that they were supposed to. Yellow, they're pretty close, and the red ones are within a few shares. But some of them, for example, this property right here, it still shows red, but it says that they have the adequate amount of shares contributed. So there's still some fine-tuning and to make it more accurate, and we're working on it.
Is this a statewide database, or is this something that
This
you
is
have?
a city
He's
database.
created it.
Yeah,
Okay,
well,
wow.
this is something that has been in the works for many years. It's just the way we were entering, we didn't have the continuity of employees, and when we train new ones, that continuity got lost. But Mary is doing an awesome job there, going through actual certificates, each one at a time, and then accounted to the right place. There's just some that are not very clear on where they went. On this yellow parcel, for example, right here, it used to be an open field, a pasture or something, and when they developed, that covered their water use for that development.
The shares they had to turn in for the
Correct.
development.
What I'm trying to do also, with that map comes this spreadsheet. This one I printed, and it has every property owner that gave shares to the city, and I have 103 properties that gave anywhere from 2 to 28 shares of water for their property. So as I'm going through it, of those 82 properties, about 23 of them are still one of those legacy share donors that gave us the shares so we can have the secondary water. And I want to meet with them individually to get the story, get the history of what, and make some kind of accommodation to say, okay, you can use so much water based on this, and help us with the education we're gonna give you, help us conserve water to the best you can. But that's something that I'm gonna bring after we install the meters.
So you would be looking at like agricultural needs and animal needs to see
Correct.
what specific
If it's still being
between each
kept
lot.
as a pasture for animals, farming type thing, we would honor, that's my proposal, that we would honor some kind of keeping the contribution to the system at a minimum. When
Right,
they
and
subdivide, at that point, we say, okay, it gets turned over to the regular billing system where everybody gets the charge for their usage, and that's kind of what I think I want to bring to you guys for consideration.
When will that come to us? Will it be 2 years or so from now?
In about 5 years, if we do the meters in 2 years and then the data evaluation in 3, in about 5 years, hopefully I'll still be here.
Hope you plenty of time to talk with all those individuals and
Correct.
understand their needs. Because one of the things too is I think similar to, you know, the farm, commercial farm overlay, we want to encourage and preserve these open spaces and these larger properties to not have, you know, an undue burden that basically forces them to have to develop into more homes if we could keep them doing what they're doing, so.
Correct. Now, little sidetrack from that, I met Randy and Van and Jeff Acerson at the county delegate convention. And then I met with one of the commissioners, and they're actually pushing at the county level to get some of those parcels that are over an acre on the green belt. So right now.
There's actually some new, so I'm working with the planning commission, there's now currently an acre, under 5 acres can now stay
Yeah,
green
so-
belts.
so that'll be-
It's been already passed by the county.
That'll be a good thing to keep our open spaces, and then if we work something out with the water so they can keep using it to keep those open areas the way they are, that'll be, I think, bring a lot of value to Lindon.
Urban farming.
It's called urban farm, yeah.
And then moving forward also, my idea is to probably go with a public relations firm that we can get the word out, or if you feel confident that we can run it in-house and save us some money, we can also do that. Ron's recommendations is to help us hire somebody.
Several other cities have used a firm to just help keep track of individual property owner needs. Restoration of their landscaping tends to be the biggest concern that we've heard.
And we've done that,
On
like
some of
along
our
the
other
Heritage
cities.
Trail.
We did.
So
And
we've done
so
it with
this,
other projects.
this could be money well spent, but we'll dig into this more before we bid out the project, so.
So the plan is to go to that RFP this summer, try to get the installation in a 2-year period, and the plan is to install about 20 to 30 per day per contractor if we go with multiple contractors. And this is the picture that I showed you in the beginning, where they were pieces laying on the asphalt. These are the actual pieces laying in the ground.
One of the things I loved about that picture is the tarp that the dirt is getting put down to. That goes over so much, the care was taken to the yard that the work was being done in.
Yeah, we did a test run on 725 East. We completed that pipeline to help with the water flow to the twin homes up on 2nd South. And we actually installed some of the boxes, and you can drive by and make sure, you can see that everything got put back together on the yards, and we need to make a good impression with all of our residents so we can have this project go smoothly. Any questions?
So just as a reminder, we had a discussion in council meeting, it was on an agenda in August of 2021, last fall, August 16th. And then we applied for that grant through the state, and we brought that back to the council November 1st. And there was a decision to wait until the legislative session to see if this date was moving, which it was approved and then signed by the governor the 1st of April, and so first week of April. So that's why we're back here at this meeting is to discuss then again this grant and whether or not you want to proceed with this project based on the basis of the grant that's been awarded thus far.
And this is just an action, it's not a resolution or a...
Correct. So this is an action authorizing basically the mayor to sign the contract
Are we ready for
with the
a motion?
state. You want any public input on that, or?
Yeah, I think we
Whenever
have
we're
some
ready
members
for
of
a
the public here. I know this wasn't a formal discussion item, but because this has been an ongoing thing that we're now revisiting due to the recent legislation and the opportunity to have grant funds versus residents having to pay for this eventually at some point, it's a weighty matter. So if there are any comments, I would accept any comments at this time, if anyone has questions or discussion on it. Go ahead and join us up here, Kim.
And that's a lot to.
Go ahead, and if you could take a seat there, we've got Kathy.
This council, okay? So,
We first moved here in 1983, up on 35 North, 400 East, where Randy knows. And a few years later, we bought 13 acres. Actually, we bought 10, and we've since added to it right here on Main Street. And we built a home there later on. But we were here in 1993 when this all took place. And as a property owner with, you know, quite a few shares of water, we met with other property owners who had quite a few shares of water. And we discussed, do we really want to give up our water? It's a valuable thing. And some of those people in those meetings didn't give theirs up. And Shelley and I decided that we would, for the betterment of the property we had and for the betterment of Lindon City, so that we could put together a secondary system. And I'm not the only one that did that. There's a lot of us who gave up our secondary, our water shares, so we could have a secondary system. And when the council was in the middle of that, you know, trying to get us to do it, they were talking to us, and, you know, they weren't gonna tell us in 20 years we're gonna meter your water. They were telling us it'll never be metered, and we'll never charge you for it. And, you know, nobody's here to verify that, but there's other people like me that heard it and took them to their word. And now I know that it's a different time. And I know that water is so valuable. And I know that our forefathers in Lindon who put our water system together did an excellent job, because we have looked elsewhere to live and no place has secondary water like we do. It either stinks or it's not enough. It literally stinks in some towns because of where they pull it, or it's not enough. And so we've got an incredible water system. And these guys have done a great job supplying it to us. And so when we talk about metering, we talk about control, we talk about charging, and it sounds like, based on what I heard here tonight, it's gonna be a matter of time before you're charging for it. And in this day and age, for me and mine, you know, every additional amount of money counts. It's just getting harder and harder to get by. And so I'm just gonna ask this council to consider what has been promised in the past. I just think there needs to be something, I'm not gonna call it special, but I guess it is gonna be kind of special, but we need to consider larger parcels of property and how it's gonna be looked at. If you charge too much, I'm not gonna water my pasture. It's gonna look ugly, you know what I'm saying? And the idea is to keep it nice looking and to keep, but not overuse it. And I think that most of us have been pretty good about not overusing it. And so that's all I really need to say tonight. I know that it's gonna probably move forward. There's not gonna be anything to stop it, but the state and the feds don't know what was talked about here back in the early 90s and what was said to us to get us to turn over that valuable possession. And a lot of the people didn't have it to give up, so will you listen to me then and consider it?
That's why, Juan, we'll be having those individual discussions, and anyone who has the system had to give something to be on it, from what
That's right.
we understand. They had to give cash or shares, so no one's on it for free. And thank you for being part of that founding group that made this possible.
Well, and I want to thank you guys for the time you give us. I know that's not an easy, you know, commitment, and thank you.
Now, Juan, let me make sure I understood correctly what you said. You said you have a list of those who submitted shares, like Mr. Bonnet, that have over 2 acres, which you would also qualify under that. I'm not sure about your piece as well, that you will be meeting with them and then proposing to us. As of right now, you're saying your proposal would be to maintain what they're currently paying. That's what was said. I just want to make sure I wrapped my head around that correctly.
In the near term, the monthly base rate, is that?
Yeah.
I want to make sure we're on the same page, so.
So Juan, I think I noticed where our property was on your map, and we were red, and that says we haven't given up enough shares?
But I made the corrections, is there's still some red properties, but if you look at the text, it says, it has plenty of,
That it was
it says
adequate.
adequate. See the adequate?
We've given adequate, that's all I'm saying. In fact,
Plenty.
I've probably given you too much, but.
We're within 0.2, which is close enough.
Okay.
Yeah, and one of the things that I think the council, we all want to look at is how do we help the larger land parcels operate without, being put under a severe hardship. And so that's why we're talking to other cities and how they've done these best practices, how we can kind of guide this. And a lot of this is about just, we've got to get the ball rolling because of that 2030 deadline. We also have funding available as stewards of all the citizens of Lindon. If we say no to these funds now, then we may have to ask all the citizens again to pay for this. So we're
So
looking
can I
at those
ask you one more
opportunities.
question? So these people that didn't give up their water shares back in 1993 and they're still flood irrigating, are you going to require them to hook onto the system?
I don't know if they have, how they're getting their water.
They're getting it through a ditch somehow.
Yeah, so that's something I would have to look into. I mean, all this.
Great comment.
Yeah.
Well, it is, because we're talking about water conservation,
Right.
and they're not conserving it, and they haven't been near as what they could be. And so, I don't know.
It needs to be handled, the state needs to look at it across the board.
I don't want them
Yeah.
to look too smart when I should have kept mine.
If I may.
No, that's a great point.
Could you indulge me Kim, just a minute, please? Just an indulgent minute for this is that, but for Kim and Shelley, we would not have had this experience of living in Lindon. I didn't anticipate this tonight, but we have a very emotional tie with the Bonnets and what they left us and the legacy with the opportunity. We came in and we closed just right over at 94, so it was, we really thought we were gonna get a ditch with irrigation water, and it was a little bait and switch, But, all the great irrigation water that came through, I had the opportunity to haul 40-foot farm pipes on that property for years until 2002 when we finally put in a sprinkler system. So many thanks to you and Shelley for providing this opportunity for my family to be in Lindon for so many years and helping us establish this, that there's no place like Lindon, and we knew it the moment we set foot on your property. And so thank you for everything that you've done. And I know that for me, and I hear it from my other council members, we are passionate about taking care of our legacy members. I mean, passionate. I mean, we lose sleep. This is something that when we had to visit this 2 years ago, my purpose, I remember my comments were push it to 2040. We're not going to touch this. The state can do what they want, and then of course they flex their big muscles. So we don't want to do this. We want people to conserve as much as possible, but paramount in that is to make sure we keep the flavor and the integrity and the heritage of our Lindon, our open spaces, and those who have contributed to doing this. So that there's love for the Bonnets from the Powells there, but as a representative that I know my fellow council members feel just as strongly, maybe just not as emotional as I do about those. So anyway.
You see, I got tears in my eyes, so.
Can I put that in the reservoir?
We need to conserve those anyway. Thank you for your passion on this, and just know that we are very passionate about taking care of the legacy holders. And also, we could not have found a better person to be in this place as Juan Garrido, to making sure this is done the best way possible. This is a man who is taking great care of our city, and so.
What it means to me.
Anyway, so thank you, Mayor, for indulging me.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That's wonderful.
Mayor, if I could just add one more comment for the minutes. Both Randy and Kim, you can take a seat. I'm not going to cry about you, but I appreciate you being here today. I really do. they both hit on something that's really, if you step back 30,000 feet, the states, both SB 199 and HB 242, frustrate me to no end. For them to be heavy-handed and to unfunded mandates, punitive, and I just, for the record, want you to know that I personally reached out to Val Peterson, who is a sponsor on this bill, with a very heated email in which I expressed how frustrating federal mandates are to the state and how frustrating state mandates are to a city, that a city like us with forefathers who did some incredible things so that we're in such a better position than so many cities, can't even be considered for a carve-out or something like that, seems extremely un-Utah. I did receive in Val's defense, I did receive a phone call from one of his interns who gave me the worst runaround I've ever received. So anyways, I just want that for the record, that rather than just accepting it, that we are pushing back where we can, and it is frustrating to receive mandates of this type.
We're here to represent you, so thank you. We'll keep this dialogue going. We'll keep this dialogue going, and we're grateful to have our staff, our engineers, and all that are going to really dig down into this, because it's a complex system and complex issues, and so we want to do the best we can by our citizens.
Marianne, do you want to say anything?
Well, on behalf of my mother and myself, my mother is Betty Clark. I'm hoping that what you're saying here today is what you really mean.
Oh, we mean it.
Okay?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Because it does mean a lot. I've lived in Lindon since 1960. I am an old timer.
Get your name for the record, because Kathy's trying to take the minutes here on Zoom. We have our recorder on Zoom, so she needs to know your name. Oh, just state your name for the minutes.
Mary Ann Anderson.
Mary Ann Anderson, okay. Just want to make sure she gets that. Thank you, Mary
No,
Ann.
but I just hope that what you're saying to us, because what was said in 1990 has all changed. And the only other thing that I request is there's more information when you're holding these meetings. Because if it wasn't for Kim, I wouldn't be here tonight. And I've come to several, whether you've seen me here or not, just so I could maybe be here when you were talking about that, because it does mean a lot.
It does, thank you.
You can check our city website, and it'll have all of our agendas. Not only our agendas, you can see our staff reports that are in there, see all the information that
Will
we
you
have.
just make sure you let him know, because
It's right there on the city website, and if you miss, you can always watch on YouTube, so.
Yeah. Thank you for being here.
The computer doesn't work for me.
Yes, thank you. And
Sit
tonight,
back in the hall and-
Me neither, so you guys are pretty safe.
having the staff kind of present a potential game plan is educating us as well with you. We'll try to roll that
Maybe
forward.
we put in the city, when we pay our city bill, that there's a little piece of paper that you send out that said pressurized irrigation meeting if you want to show.
Send
Because
it,
you put
yeah,
one
a
in
separate
there.
letter.
This wasn't supposed to be a public meeting.
No, this one.
Public comment.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'll keep in touch with
Lisa, were you gonna want to say something?
My name is Lisa Anderson. I've been a Lindon resident for 22 years next month and raised my family here. I was not involved in water when we moved here. I was a mom and stayed home with my kids, but over the years have been involved in different aspects of water. I actually worked for Provo River Water Users Association for a time, and then worked for a water organization, a nonprofit, and currently work for Central Utah Water. I want you to know a couple of things. One, we are passionate about getting you money. We want to get you the money, and that $400,000, our board of trustees, we have 18 trustees that meet, representing 8 counties. They said we want to spend this much money on conservation. So not only did Utah County representatives vote for it, but other counties voted for it. So that money is meant to be used by you. I also want to express confidence in Juan, and I've watched him come to meetings. I have seen him participate, and he is doing a fantastic job getting the data and working with our conservation team. It's been phenomenal, because not every city is doing that, and not every city is invested as Juan has been. So I wanted to say to you that I have confidence, living in Lindon, that you have the right public works director right now, and he's brought you some amazing data. I see some of these similar maps, but not, I mean, it's specific to where I live, and so I'm very excited to see how much he cares. So if you have any questions, there are all kinds of rebates, conservation information that needs to be sent out in our newsletter that, you know, even we didn't talk, he started talking a little bit about culinary, but that's not the focus now. But there are water rebates for culinary, for smart timers on your sprinkler systems and for, you know, the toilets. And so people in our city can qualify for those, and they come through Utah Water Savers, but Central Utah right now is kind of where they're being funded. So we, you know, as much as we can save, the better for everyone in Utah, especially our little Lindon.
Wonderful, thank you. We'd love to let our public know all these water-wise habits and tools and everything, just get everything. That's gonna be a big part of this, is working together, getting our citizens to think a little bit differently about their personal usage and taking some steps on that. So, hello, state your name, sir.
My name is Inigo Montoya. Kathy, does this work? That was for you, Kathy. Lincoln Jacobs. Back in '93, when Don Peterson came around, I was new in the city and I was naive, and the water issues weren't like they are today. And so I may have been one of those people who didn't hook up to the secondary water system. Maybe. This was a great presentation that Juan did. A great opportunity to do a lot of education and a lot of learning. Maybe this would be a time to figure out if there's a way to, along with this education and PR information, to try and get some of those that didn't sign up. I feel very guilty. I'm gonna have to read that auditor's report to fall asleep tonight because of the guilt that I feel. But I certainly would be willing to try and figure out how I can get over to that secondary system and do the right thing. The other thought I just had for Juan is that water heat map, water retention heat map that showed all the pink and red colors. It might be interesting to see that for Anderson Farms, where they are metered and they are charged, and to see if their water usage actually looks better than that, because it could maybe really give some good bite to that concept in the PR stuff that we're doing.
Great suggestion, thank you. All right.
So I'm gonna be really fast, but I'm gonna speak mostly as a Lindon resident, not as a consultant. So I agree with everything they've said about Juan. We have a unique person who does a great job in managing this. This is complicated stuff. And most cities, I work with other cities, are not anywhere near where we're at with the data and getting all this information. And so I congratulate Juan and his staff for doing that. It's hard, you know, and it's not popular. The other thing that's kind of going on with all these state mandates and stuff is not just the money, but the state staff is getting spread a little thin. So the longer we drag our feet with signing things and stuff, the more we're gonna get pushed to the bottom of the pile. So I would strongly encourage you to sign this and let's get going. And yeah, we have to meet with people. There's a lot of stuff to work out, but Juan really needs to get going so he can make this happen. Or we're just, what I don't want as a resident is to have to pay $3 million that we could have had just because we didn't do our thing, you know? And so I think that would be kind of not good. And I think the other thing I want to say, through this process, I think the thing that's happened to me personally more is I've become converted of I need to do my part. I'm one of those who have paid $10 a month, so I don't really care how much water I use. That's sort of been my mentality. And I've changed over doing this because I realized my part is a little part, but it's part. And I asked Juan I want to be one of the first ones to get one of those meters so I can help them kind of manage that. And I think he's going to give each of you one too, maybe. So we can all do our part and kind of help this, because everyone's heard the drought condition we're in. It's not going to get better anytime soon. I listened to the Weber Basin Water Conservancy District guy. They're in worse shape than we are. And so we all need to do our part. And I don't think we're asking anybody to let their lawns die or their crops. We're just saying don't overuse the amount of water that's needed. Anyway, that's it.
Thank you, Ron.
I think, though, we ought to do something to punish Lincoln, or Indigo Montoya, whatever his name is.
That'll be comic relief.
That
was well done.
9.
Yeah, it's almost-
Make a motion.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, am I okay to do that?
You are, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I make a motion that we consider for approval the secondary water metering grant contract with the Division of Water Resources.
I will second that.
All right, we have a motion by Mike Van Cherian, seconded by Van Broderick. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that is unanimous. Thank you for such a fine presentation. We know,
Great
thank you,
job, Juan.
Trent and Noah. Yeah, we know you're the wind beneath the wings as well.
There's a little Bette Midler song or something.
I started singing Bette Midler.
That's right, that's right. So thank you. We have, everywhere I go, every meeting I go to, whether I'm meeting with other cities or their staff or other agencies, they know our people because our people, they are so sharp and on the ball. They're ahead of the curve, they're engaged, they're going to things, they're sharp. We have the best of the best considering the size of our city. You guys are all rock stars. Thank you. We're really blessed to have you. And thank you, Ron, for your work in writing some of these grants and helping us have access to these opportunities as well. So thank you, Council. This is going to be a complex and weighty matter, and we look forward to working with our citizens over the next several years to engage in education and understanding and fairness and determining what's going to be the best way moving forward to meet these mandates, but also do the right thing for living here and being in this state. So, all right, thank you. So moving forward, we're rounding the corner, guys. Item number 13, discussion item on Center Street enhancements.
Couple-minute break? Should we take a couple-minute break?
We're going to do a 5-minute recess so they may set up and council may take a quick break.
Where do I need to be in order to get it to show up? So I get it in Google Sheets, so I mean Google Slideshow, and I also want to be able to pull up my Google thing. So anyway, it's just a Google.
The cookie's out, so stay away.
Cookies. I can do it here. I guess the question is, I probably need to stop sharing and then reshare in a sec, right?
Yeah, only stuff on this side of the screen will show up on YouTube. This one.
Yeah.
It's just what I was on that.
Okay.
And then you'll have to share each individual thing.
Colombia and Panama. Were you able to handle in 2 weeks without 12 days? So very, very positive.
Sucker for punishment, huh?
Yeah.
I'm good. Oh, thank you. But Juan needs sweet.
That's right. That's fantastic. I had 50 people show up. All the potential members by then, Lindon, giving us, and then we had 600.
Oh, yeah, the county stuff. Oh, no.
That works.
That was a wow.
Depending on how we do.
Thank you for how well you handled that. I feel like
a hard situation and to make everyone leave happy is, my friend. I'm serious.
Did you get a cookie? Thanks for that.
Jake White, nice to meet you. Trent.
Thank you for your comments there.
Really? It was a text that was
One of those.
You know, one of those.
He's one of those.
So, yeah, Jake, we gotta play pickleball because I've been working with Trent in a place, but we haven't been in places.
Oh, no, we get it.
Watch out for him. He was like junior tennis champion. Oh, has he? That he is. Yeah, look at him.
Ceremonially signed 11 water bills. And the sponsors were there.
Yes, I'm trying to figure out how to say this exactly.
Well, I should have told you.
Stuff that you do and
No, but
have.
it's gonna be on every news channel, because every news channel was there. But, lots of sound bites, lots of good stuff.
Well, I'm debating. I can do it like this and then just, I think over here, just do that. Which I think is easier than trying to do this and then, because then it stops. So then we just do that one, and I think we close that.
Jamie Bender, there. I'll show you. I can even show you the website so you can look at it.
Jen.
G-E-N-U. Bender.
And you know, I mean, sometimes strangers, you know, I'm not the most normal person in the world myself, but.
Password for all the.
Just use those two.
Bush, I was gonna offer to take it down because I made a trip down there today. Did you go? No. Oh, well, I'd like to go, but we're leaving for St. George. Good for you. At the Booty Crack Dogs. No, I'll get it empty. Well, what I was wondering is, we get back Saturday, and I'm just wondering if it's convenient.
This is just cruel. So now I'm gonna cave, and I didn't want to cave. What is that one?
Yeah.
You taking one?
Yeah, no, it's all one, B-A-N-C-H-I-E-R-E.
You taking one?
This is the number you're taking. That's what I'm going from.
That's right.
Dan is down with it right now.
The red
I
velvet?
went on a 2-week cruise with the Godfreys to Bahamas, Aruba,
Right?
Panama,
It's like,
Curacao,
what was I
Colombia,
thinking? I'm gonna try the
Panama.
peanut butter, at least
I
we'll
think
have
I
some
got it
protein in it.
Costa Rica. The last 2 days
Oh, yeah,
before
I've
I
got a
got home,
daughter-in-law
I
like
started
that.
having a sore throat. Got home and it got worse, and I better get tested and got released.
Jake White, nice to meet you. Thanks for being here.
So I was gonna say, I was at a press conference today, Governor Cox signed 11, ceremonially signed 11 water bills that passed.
Yeah.
And each of the
I will
sponsors
offer
were
these to
there.
sprinkle on people's napkins if they'd like to have something a little
Oh.
less.
He was talking about his bill today. But
Yeah.
anyway, I mean, it's money this year though. I mean,
That's the key. That does make a huge difference. I agree. When you're looking at it, yeah,
Like him, that's fine. No, not at all.
I agree. You look at what, from last year to this year, the change,
How you
the
feeling
money is
about,
the change, and that is big.
Some of the other things that came out of convention?
Yeah, Revere Health.
The seating, so they gave the post, I don't know if you took the survey yet.
She's literally so weak.
I'm like, well, I was when like, sitting like that for that many hours for that people, that demographic, I'm like, no. That was just wrong. Oh, I was down the front. Yeah, when you wanted to. But I had to.
Lights, house lights, dim, on, okay. Let's go ahead and gather up here.
Thank you.
I've heard that.
I have no problem waiting on the ballot. I want a seat to do it. I don't want to sit in the,
Take care.
I don't want to sit in pictures. And I, you know, the way they were. Those were for young bottoms. Right?
Just about did.
Now, we have, I do have a few nuts that you can sprinkle a few on your napkin if you'd like to pass those down. I've got some almonds and some pistachios. Thank you. To have a few if you like.
I'm gonna take you up on that.
All right. All right, thank you.
You guys
All
keep
right.
that down, guys. Don't send them back.
Good, thanks.
We're going to pick this up where we left off after the little recess there. We've got everyone gathered back here in a minute. Okay, we are on to revisiting item number 13, discussion item of the Center Street enhancements. We're going to receive information on this, on possible enhancements on Center Street, followed by a discussion on the matter. And thank you for presenting our Noah Gordon and Trent here from our engineering staff, so.
Collectively known as the wind beneath
The
Juan's
wind
wings.
beneath our wings.
Just want to make sure we get that on the
And
record. So
beneath
Kathy, this is Noah, the wind beneath Juan's wings, Gordon.
That's right.
I just wanted to bring this up and remind you, the previous item was slated for 30 minutes, and this one is 40 minutes.
Uh-oh.
So buckle up.
Right.
Put them down there and see if anybody else
We're ready.
wants them.
And this does not have to be decided tonight. If you need to sit and think on this, we can continue this discussion.
All right, burn through it.
All right.
Finish them all.
So, in the packet that was sent out, you should have seen a couple of different things. One of them, and I believe if it's over here, this should be out broadcasting to everybody in the world, right? Perfect. There's a spreadsheet, because engineers like spreadsheets, and we were asked or given the task to come to you tonight with a kind of menu items of potential enhancements, beautifications for Center Street, as well as associated costs for those, so that we're trying to wrap our arms around what could be done with Center Street. And as part of that, as we met with Van and the mayor in our regular engineering coordination meeting, it was determined there's kind of two ways to look at this. You tell us what you want and we come back, which is the usual thing, and we tell you how much we think it's gonna cost. Or, as is done in my household, there's a budget and then we try to constrain what we want to do within that budget. So this is attempting to answer maybe the latter way of looking at it. So we'll get into this. I just want to bring this up to begin with so that you can see why we have pictures of different items, which we're going to go over those. But quickly, what this does, and we'll get into this as we move through the presentation, this base improvements idea is kind of what the cost we brought to you before, which is just improving, finishing off the road, putting curb and gutter, sidewalk, and widening the asphalt where needed, where there is none presently. And then the rest of these, as we'll go through the presentation with pictures, are potential enhancements. And we can click off and on these. You'll see a cost up here. And as we add menu items on, we added some egg rolls there for the cost of $200,000 for, street lights at 300 feet spacing. There's another $200,000. And as we add things on, you can see that the total up here increases. So I just want you to look at that. So as you see these items here, we're going to show you pictures of what other communities have done with those different items, so that when you look at the menu, we're now going to show you the pictures that kind of go with the menu item. Does that make sense? Okay. So these are potential beautification options or enhancements. Get on the right screen. So base improvements, and we're looking at that cost on here. The north side is complete. As you know, a 10-foot trail along the majority of Center Street, starting I think at Main Street, and then continues to the east, to almost 800 East. And then the south side, however, has areas where there is missing curb and gutter, sidewalk. We anticipated a 4-foot sidewalk to match what's already there, and then also pavement. And we brought this to you before. This is the standard Lindon Trail street cross sections, and I know you can't read it at that size, and so I've blown it up there. So that is what Center Street was supposed to, or is supposed to be built to, which, as you can see, there is a 10-foot trail. This is the north side. 10-foot trail, and then 44 feet of pavement, and then a 4-foot walk. So that is, and this is what essentially we came up with as far as that base cost. It was just finishing off this cross-section. So one of the items we looked at was medians. Medians, we looked at that and quickly threw that idea out because there are too many utilities right down the middle of the road where we did not feel that medians were a good option. It's not feasible. So this shows you right here, this is one of the blocks along Center Street, and you can see we have sewer, we have storm drain, and we have culinary water in essentially the middle of the road. So if we were to build a median, which we have seen elsewhere, which we first thought might be an attractive way to make some of these amenities, it had some negative repercussions due to utilities as well as people being able to turn and some other things. So we quickly threw that out. So if you were hoping for medians along Center Street, that would not be our recommendation. So streetlights. These are our standards, once again, would be to put an Esplanade street light. Per our standards, there's supposed to be one Esplanade street light per intersection. And then along all collector streets, of which Center Street is a collector, and then mid-block, when the block length exceeds 650 feet. So essentially, these are around every 300 feet. And so this is an example of an Esplanade on 1700 West. You'll notice that this light doesn't match this one because we've adopted some night sky things lately, so the bulb does not extend farther down. But this is our city standard, and this is the light that if we were to apply city standards to Center Street, this is what we'd be installing.
Would we do evenly increment space or try to stay on mid-block and street intersections? How do you make it look really good when you're going down the hallway?
So right now, we haven't got into the nuts and bolts as far as placing them, but Trent, I know, kind of looked at it and said, here's where it would make sense. And 12 of those essentially would be on the south side, and I think 2 of them on the north side where we had intersecting streets. That's one of the things we wanted to talk to you about. That kind of, those improvements would kind of load the south side more than the north side. But as far as evenly spaced, they would be, at least for the number we're talking, essentially most of them would be on the south side.
And is that because of the improvement already there because of the Heritage Trail? Or, I mean, just wondering what your vision was for that, the reason just on the south
So
side?
first off, we want to state we're engineers, so we don't really have any vision. I mean, as far as like planning type architectural vision, we're just gonna call it what it is. You know, this looks beautiful over here, curb gutter and sidewalk, an ADA ramp. Looks beautiful, you can plow it. Done.
Wind under the wing.
Yes, right.
I've said for passes, he likes.
So, yeah, as far as our vision was to try to meet the city standards. And then if we go above and beyond that, we get to involve people like architects.
The city standard right now is basically one of these lights at the corner of each intersection. And then between the intersections, you've got one mid-block.
If it's over 6, so basically it's about every 300 feet.
So on the north side, there are some lights currently, but they're not this, they don't match.
They're the Cobras.
Yeah, so they're probably the old Utah Power and Light Cobra heads.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
on the
so that's one of those
utility poles.
things, we can
Like
change
to
the
have some
number in here, but
uniformity.
just know that every one of these, if you go with this particular light, $14,000 a piece. So just put that in your back pocket, you'll see in the spreadsheet. If you want more, everything comes with a cost, so
Noah,
the
do you
cost of
know
these is about $14,000.
How many of these are on the north side, the Cobra? Do we know how many are there currently?
I don't know
Say
how many
there's
are right
about
there.
six or seven.
So if you're talking about wanting to replace those maybe, and I should say, as Adam pointed out, this is one per intersection. This is not one per corner of the intersection. This is just one to light up kind of the intersection. So if there's some light there already there, we could replace it, but it would cost more
I will
once
say
again.
that I'm gonna call it 2000 North because it's on Orem's property, not on our side. That's just too much light to me, just way too much light. And I would not want to replicate what Orem has on that side. You can see it starting, as soon as you can get a glimpse coming down, like, I don't know, North American Fork. Once you hit Pioneer Crossing, you almost can see all that light chain in Orem. And I do not want to replicate that. I love the idea of these lights. What's the standard city block in Utah? Like 660, I think I was reading.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
That's the standard, yeah.
and we are right about that. So I mean, to do a mid-block for me would be a very lovely aesthetic. I wouldn't want to go more than that.
And so one thing I would say, as we go through this, we've tried to take pictures and stuff, but you're gonna know roads that you like the feel of, or that you don't like the feel of, or, you know, as far as spacing and stuff. So we've tried to capture some of those here, but obviously there's gonna be better examples out there, or more examples out there, because once again, we're engineers, so we tried.
Do those Cobras that are older lights, they probably don't meet current night sky standards, do they?
Right.
So would there be potential grants to swap those for these night sky type friendly
So we're currently
LEDs?
working with Rocky Mountain Power, and they have a proposal to do an exchange on 280 lights in the city. And I don't know if those Cobras are included in that proposal. I have to look at the map. They just gave me a number, but I'll have to see which ones are.
And those proposals, so as part of this as well, this is the current standard. We've been having some talks, and I'm not sure if Adam's brought those up, or we've had some talks at Public Works, Rocky Mountain Power. They had a different light standard before. They've got something more decorative, but the price point may be better than sticking with what we have. So we may be coming back to you and saying, but they do not have this particular esplanade is what they call this one. It kind of has this arm that comes out. Theirs are more upright, but they are dark sky compliant. They look much more like our Granville or our Washington Post light, which basically are a very similar light, only different heights. So that's something else you may want to contemplate is this particular light. Hall of Fame lights are great. They're just expensive. They're kind of the top of the line. Rocky Mountain Power has come out with something that they feel looks similarly nice at a much lower cost point. So that may be something outside of this conversation or as part of this conversation, kind of on the periphery that we may want to discuss. So, but this is kind of what we put in one of our menu items is this esplanade light, one per intersection and essentially mid-block.
Are these black or green?
These are black.
Let me ask you this, Noah.
Yeah.
Or Bet, whatever you prefer. No. Does the 14,000 include installation?
Yeah. So that's the full cost. That's not just the cost of the actual light.
Okay, that's what I
And
was.
granted, when I'm giving you these costs, and I'll show you in my spreadsheet as well, we are trying to shoot a little on the high end. We're hoping that we always come in lower. Engineers, when we do proposals, it's like Scotty from Star Trek. You know, he estimates it's gonna take 2 hours, and then hopefully it only takes 20 minutes. But then he looks like a genius. But if it takes 4 hours, then he looks like an idiot. So we're gonna shoot on the high side a little bit, but
Always wise,
yeah.
under promise, over
However,
deliver.
right now, with the current cost escalation, it's a wild west out there. And I'll show you that in our spreadsheet. I was showing you a number of 1.6 million before for the base improvements. If you caught that, it's went up to 1.8. I've escalated everything by 11% because that's, in a recent meeting with UDOT, that's what they said they were going to do on 1600 North, for example. And that, we may not be out of the woods on that. And so Jake probably knows more about that as things continue to increase, and we heard from Kristen today. So we don't want the economy to fail, but inflation's fun to try to.
Something I'd like council to consider too is whatever light fixtures we do go with, it could be nice to have something that could have a banner or a display. This is our center street when we have parades, or, you know, some
An
communities have,
attachable arm that
some
you can-
communities have a hanging basket.
But you can do
yeah.
both, actually.
Right, you can-
A hanging basket and
But-
an arm for
Right.
the long flags.
So speaking of that, hanging baskets on streetlights is one of the options we
Yeah.
looked at. And so this, I found a picture generously donated by iStock, so I left their logo on there. But this shows the hanging baskets on essentially an esplanade. And then this kind of shows, so these are kind of a bolt-on type of thing. So that's what it could look like. We'll go into some more particulars on that, but that's, when I have that in the cost spreadsheet, this is what we're talking about, would be 2 baskets attached to a streetlight.
Not an independent pole.
Right, well, we have that option in there too, but this is, so if Heath, I'm not sure if he's still online, but one of the things we didn't need to bring up is the upfront cost on these hanging baskets is not terribly high compared to all the rest of the prices we'll be looking at this evening. However, it's an annual cost, so you don't have to replace the hardware, but you do replace essentially the basket or the plants in the basket on a yearly basis.
You don't want to do silk plants? Easy.
Could do silk plants. And then there also, from the research that Heath had done across the state and elsewhere, in order to keep these alive, you either need to have water to them, so we have that option in there, basically a pressure irrigation connection to each street light that would have the hanging baskets with an emitter. There are some problems with the emitters. If we use secondary water, they tend to clog, or if we were to put them on the culinary system, they tend, because of hard water, to clog. So the other option is to have somebody, so we'll name this guy Bob. Bob, the Friendly Parks worker, has his special setup truck here, and you can see that he is watering each one of these plants, and from what Heath recommended or found, the recommendations were, you're talking at least once a day, if not twice a day. So that would be additional equipment and manpower. So we've kind of got some prices in there for that, but just so you know, that's more of an ongoing cost rather than upfront cost.
But Noah, when we met with the supplier for the lights, we asked about the arms. And my recollection is they were not inexpensive. Do you remember what the number was?
I know he said we could get them, and they're kind of a bolt-on pack. There's 2 different ways to do it, either kind of molded into the base of the light or kind of a secondary bolt-on package. And I'm remembering something like, do you remember what
I remember him saying something along the lines of like a couple $100 each.
Yeah,
So in comparison to a street light, it's
pretty minimal.
Yeah.
Compared to the street light itself, but yeah, so that's what we've had in there. I think we have in there like $250.
Noah, has there been discussion about just doing a potted plant? Because a potted plant can carry a week's worth of water generally, and have part of the sidewalk or built out for potted plants that are up the street rather than a hanging plant. It's less maintenance to take care of.
I should say, we did not include potted plants in our cost estimates, but that's something, we certainly could look at. Heath may have prices for those. As far as in our menu items tonight, that was not one of the menu items that we have.
Okay.
So,
Santa Quinn might be a good one to check. They did a improvement project along their main street a number of years ago, and it has some planter boxes. So we could find some cities like that.
Another
Sorry.
thing to understand is I took my empty pots that I always take to a local nursery a couple months ago, because I always do it in the winter, and they wanted 40% more for those potted plants this year because of inflation. And I took my pots home, and I'm going to find my own plants and plant them myself this year, because I'm not spending an extra $45 per pot because they feel like costs have gone up. They haven't gone up that much. Everyone's just taking liberty, but that's a concern going forward with these too, that if we don't pot them, they're going to escalate in price over time.
Spanish Fork does the same thing along their main street, and I've been in touch with their whole program there. I can't even remember. I've got their names on file, but they even have an in-house greenhouse for that in the horticulture. It's not to say we need to go that far, but we do have nurseries that we have access to or possibilities, so.
yeah, so one of the things I will point out, in all the examples that Trent and I looked for, as far as locally and elsewhere, they were all along commercial main streets. So we did not find any examples, not to say they aren't out there, but we just, as far as what we were looking, and we'd say, oh, look, check out Vernal. They've got a ton of potted plants, hanging baskets. It was in their downtown commercial walking district. So, but there may be a residential road out there that has this kind of stuff on it as well. We just didn't find any examples of that.
To that point, though, I'd like to just, it's not only just for those going up there for the temple. And this is a main thoroughfare for the majority of our schools. So we've got a lot of people being able to enjoy this as they're going to pick up kids or going to events at our local schools. So I mean, it might not be a main kind of a thoroughfare, but it is a community thoroughfare when it comes to those kinds of activities. And so, I mean, it gets a lot of use by a lot of residents that might not otherwise because of the schools.
All right, well, thank you. This is one of the things up for consideration, but maybe up there in a wish, but not the reality that we
So I'll
work
just keep,
with, but
I'll just
yeah.
keep marching if you're,
Keep going.
does that work? Okay.
Yeah.
So bull bouts are another thing we looked at. So you're probably aware of what a bull bout is. Just kind of gives you an example. It narrows the actual street, so there's some safety standpoints from that would help out with, as well as we've heard from numerous people that they're concerned about the increase potentially of traffic along Center Street due to construction along there at the end of the road. So this is potentially beautification as well as safety and traffic calming. I find the traffic calming term kind of humorous because sometimes people don't get too calmed down when they have to slow down, but that's what we call it. So we looked at several different options. So when you once again see these on the menu, you have an idea of kind of in your mind what we were contemplating. One would just be plain concrete. So you're bulbing it out with the curb and gutter, and then it's just full of plain concrete. So there are some examples there. Some look better than others. The next option we looked at was stamped concrete. This is kind of maybe a level up as far as it looks, and then you can kind of see what that would look like. These actually look more like pavers maybe than stamped concrete, but there's some stamped concrete there. The next option we looked at was rock mulch, which is, you know, that larger kind of decomposed granite. I didn't find very many options or very many pictures or examples of this, quite frankly. This is the only one I could find that they had done just the rock mulch in there. And so low maintenance, right? So but then there's obviously many different kinds of rock you could put in that. So this one shows kind of that gray, but you could go more of an orange or something else. The next option we looked at for bulb outs was xeriscape. So essentially it's like a rock mulch, but now it's got the water-wise plants. Lisa left us, so she can't talk to this, but there's a bunch of different examples that you can find of this, and you know, varying levels of, and all these have maintenance things with them as well. So as we looked at different options, and we had heard from members of the council and the mayor of potential things like hanging baskets or lights or different ways to dress this up, the planter strip along the south side became potentially a good option. So I say the south side, we figured once we looked at the south side, we figured the next question, we always try to anticipate what the next question will be. We sometimes nail it and sometimes we don't. But then if I was the council, I was thinking, okay, they're proposing one on the south side. Are the people on the north side going to get upset? They're not getting any improvements. So then we looked at an 8-foot planter or park strip on the south side, or same amount of asphalt doing 2 4-foot. So one on the 4-foot on the north combined with a 4-foot on the south. So essentially you'd have one on both sides. And there's some significant cost differences. And the reason principally is that there is some sections of missing pavement along the south side of the road that if we put in a planter, we don't pay for that asphalt. But we still have other areas that have asphalt that we would need to tear out to put the planter strip in. So those costs, we did kind of recapture that cost from the base price as kind of a negative price, took out that asphalt amount we would have put in the base cost. So it's cheaper to put it on the south side is the short answer to that one. But we looked at both. So here are some different street cross-section options we looked at. This is, once again, our standard street cross-section. And a little fancier way of looking at it, once again, the 10-foot trail. We have two 10-foot shoulders, two 12-foot travel lanes, so 44 feet of asphalt, and then a 4-foot sidewalk on the south side. This one, same on the north side, but now what we've done is essentially taken out 8 feet of asphalt and made that a planter strip. This is kind of showing xeriscape with a tree there. Notice what it does is it lowers your travel lanes down from 12 feet down to 11 feet, and it lowers your parking from 10 feet to 7 feet. You don't really want to go any smaller than 7 feet. Parking along the sides of the road itself will act somewhat like a traffic calming device because it'll feel very constrained. This, however, is a collector, and 11-foot lanes are also a little narrower than we're used to seeing on a collector. So,
Can I ask?
Sure.
On Center Street, between 4th East and 2nd East, the striping that is on, especially on the north side, since it has a curb gutter sidewalk continually, anyone know what the parking area is? Is that a 7-foot?
That's less than 7 feet.
Okay.
I don't know what the exact width is, but it's, I think because we don't have.
I meant to put a tape on it today.
Yeah, I think because we don't have all the pavement, that full pavement width, the center line is shifted further to the north than it would be if we had that full pavement width, and therefore your shoulder on the north side is more narrow than what it would be.
And then will we continue on the north side when we do that? All these lines will be continuous, so from 2nd East to Main Street, there will be that contiguous parking areas, like right now, it's small and then large, and how the striping is now. When we do this new plan, it would be 7 feet, 10 feet, whatever we determine, all the way down regardless, right?
yeah, so the ideal would be, once we finish this, I will say, so I'm just measuring on there, Randy, it's about 6.5 feet
Okay.
on there. At least if this aerial's, it's pretty current.
So as I remember, when the trail went in on the north side, the center line was not in the center of the right-of-way, it was in the center of the asphalt that was there at the time. And so the center stripe did not get relocated when the trail was built. And so
Then at one point, with the prior administrator, they sandblasted all that off, and then they actually restriped it further to the north and made it even closer. And that gentleman and I had a little bit of words, because neighbors were contacting me. I lived in my old house then, but it became even more congested because everything was shifted even further after they did all that sandblasting, which is a very noisy 2-week experience for those neighbors, and then they lost even more parking. So they're very cognizant of that on Center Street.
I will say it's a little wider here along Center Street. Sorry, this is Center Street. Between Main and about in the edge of the school, it's a little wider cross-section there for like their
Correct.
bus drop-off. But everywhere else, it's really consistent all the rest of the way down. Our goal would be at the end of this project, once they're kind of finished beating it up with the temple, and if we do all of our improvements, whatever they are, that then the road will be nice and black and painted, and it'll look all nice and uniform, so.
I just want to point out, though, from 2nd East, I'm on this road every single day, and have been for 25 years, that from 2nd East to Main Street, with 2 schools there are people who are parked into the lane of traffic because it's so narrow, especially once it got even narrower. But, and then they're perpendicular, or diagonal parking, as you can see right there, but all the way down past Timpanogos Academy, past to Johnson's house, which is whatever, 154. No, I'm sorry, the next one, that's not Johnson's. Yeah,
This one
all the
here?
way, not that one, but the Johnson's, whatever that one is.
Pickup time.
121.
It is so congested, and those are the things that most of the people are reaching out to me, is saying, how are we going to make sure that we accommodate for the schools and all that? And I know there's not the perfect answer for this, but also the safety of the kids. So we talk about bulb outs on the intersections, but are we going to be doing anything along with those school crossings?
So these are great questions, and there's some
Something to
things
put out.
we need to be considering as well, because you could, in addition to, if you decided to go with a planter, still do bulb outs. But once again, as you kind of brought up, Randy, this is a collector, and
Yep.
there are multiple schools along there, so we just have to wrap our arms around this. How much traffic calming is appropriate, and how much of a collector should it be? And we
Right.
have this in park, as far as those angled parking, the idea is regardless, that goes away, because
Okay.
we put improvements along there.
Right.
Another possibility would be to not do one long contiguous planter, but have intermittent planter sections, so
We
is that?
kind of looked at that, but what you'll see, and we didn't evaluate that in great detail, but the problem is,
And then the parking is between them, but not
I was
parallel
gonna
to
say, but
them.
who's part, I guess, and I will leave that to the council. Which neighbors do you want to make upset by taking their parking away versus making it, you know what I mean? If you put planter, we kind of looked at that and said, if we want to make this consistent along here so that it looks decent, then we're losing, and then we have these driveways. The driveways are not spaced consistently, so we didn't get into that in great detail. We kind of looked at it at a high level and went, that'll be fun to try to figure out how to potentially make that work.
And
But
for
we
me,
did look at it a little
I want all the pretty stuff too, but that comes after we solve all the safety issues, you know, with the proper bulbs out. In the most effective areas, not that we need to do an exorbitant amount of them, but where is the most
yeah.
effective? And we know that where there's 2 elementary schools, that's a highly impacted area. And then you go all the way to the other and you have an elementary school and a junior high, which are in close proximity to each other. Not that they use the same intersections, but the flow of traffic is very much impacted by that. And then, even though this is not Center Street, I'm going to refer to, but on 200 South, the backup coming off of the back of the junior high coming down there, you can wait there, 4 or 5 minutes just to get to the intersection of 200 South and 400 East. The backup is very, very long.
So I'm gonna say during peak times, as far as drop off and pickup, there probably is not a lot we're gonna be able to improve.
Right, I'm just saying that.
But it's an issue.
There are issues, and,
Sure.
but this is going to be, the other issues, the Center Street issues are something we do have to address because of the increased traffic flow.
So from what we're seeing as far as the traffic analysis that was provided, that the temple, due to how it operates, is typically not going to be hitting the same peak times as the schools, where just due to its nature, there may be heavy loading very early in the morning or at times that they have shift changes, but patrons who patronize that location are pretty well spread out. So it's not like we're gonna hit schools, we end up having these big slugs, you know, a drop off and pick up, and so that's good. I mean, it helps that it's more gradual, spread out rather than peak times, although there will be an increase, I would expect an increase of traffic.
Okay.
I will say, the bulb outs that we looked at were not everywhere, not every intersection. They were at kind of key major intersections. They were at Center and Main, 200 East, 400 East. It's still measuring. Let's turn that off. And then down here, we already have some at 500 East. And then the road narrows here kind of naturally, so there would be a bulb out here at 725. We have to be careful with that one once again because it's a primary bus route and the buses will probably really not appreciate it, but there's that balance between safety and movement. And so, but we're planning, so that's the other bulb out. So if you look at the cost estimate, we're not looking at bulb outs at every single intersection, it's just these kind of key intersections. So that's the 8-foot planter option we looked at, and then this, in order to balance things kind of out, would be to keep the same amount of pavement, which is 36 feet, which is 2 feet wider than our local standard, which is 34. To give you an idea, just kind of what kind of width we're talking. And then this 4-foot planters, every arborist or person I've talked to says you don't want to plant trees in anything less than, they recommend 8 feet minimum. You can squeeze it down maybe with the right variety down to 6 feet, but you go below that, They really just tell you, and I've got some pictures showing what happens to other cities that did it below, and it didn't turn out very well for them.
What is it up at Canberra? I mean, it's not even a parking strip, is it? I mean, what is it up there?
2 or 3 feet in some spots. or
Yeah,
less.
Yeah, so,
it's awful.
London plane trees.
ooh, yeah,
Maples.
sycamore again, yeah, so, beautiful trees, not probably the right application for that
Not at
narrow of
all.
a strip. So, some planter strip examples, you can see this is a 7-foot, it looks narrower than that, but that's a 7-foot xeriscape planter. I should say at the outset, we did not evaluate grass planters at all due to all this water conservation, water-wise stuff we're talking about. We just kind of threw that idea out from the get-go. So you will not see any pictures of grass in the planter.
City maintained?
That's a great question.
That's our assumption right now.
Mine had a question mark on that, so.
I think our estimates anticipate that because we're anticipating you'd need PI connections for each of these
Yeah,
park
so these would
strip
not be
areas.
watered.
Of aesthetics.
And also maintenance, right? Just kind of, if you're doing this to make it look really nice, that,
You don't want somebody's,
although that is an option, would be to
rather have nothing.
not have planters or have them maintained by residents or give them so much and plant the trees for them and have them back behind the walks that they take care of. So those are some other things you could look at. So just so you know, a cost for a tree, according to Heath, to buy a 2-inch caliper tree and plant it is $500. So just put that in kind of the back of your mind as well. So here's just an example. This is down by the UTA Frontrunner Station in Provo. You can see what they did there. They have some trees, smaller, street lights, and some xeriscape. This is much more nearer to us here. This, if you go down between basically by the Dairy Queen or the Beans and Brew on Geneva Road on the west side in Vineyard, very near here, you can see example of, would be just straight rock mulch, but then further down the road, they have some xeriscape. This is some xeriscape back here. This is a little bit further down the road. Here's the Maverick. Now you've got xeriscape planter, and this is an 8-foot planter. So just throwing it out there you can see what it looks like. This is around the corner. It's called Mill Road in Vineyard, and they've got a little different style of xeriscapes and more plants in there. If Lisa were here, this is that Utah Water Savers website or Weber Basin. They both have examples of flipping the strip. So these are maintained by the homeowners there. I think they took care of them themselves. Some more examples. So you can do a lot of different things. Once again, if you want to get some different ideas, there's that Flip the Strip program. They have a bunch of different examples on there. Or from Weber Basin, they have a bunch of different examples there of kind of xeriscape. And this is, of course, what they're trying to point you towards is that the lawn doesn't look so good, and then you can make it look nicer with xeriscape. All this requires maintenance, however, so that could be a bunch of weeds in there if you didn't take care of it. So, trees in narrow park strips. I was on a tour recently for the MAG. They have a yearly, we go and look at all the different projects, and we were driving through, it's right on the border between Lehigh and American Fork along Pony Express Parkway. So this is kind of this is the location here. And you can see all these trees. This is from Google Earth. And so as I was driving along, I thought, I need to go back there and take some pictures because you can see, if you go on Google Earth, things didn't look too bad from a couple of years ago. The street view is not quite so new. It's changed in the last couple of years even. So you can see we've got some issues. That's the same exact location from a different angle. It's got some curb and gutter that's coming up. Sidewalk. These trees are just too big for this narrow over planter strip. Multiple examples of the concrete that was in the planter strip around the trees heaving up. I don't think that's what we want. No. Low maintenance to begin with, and then the trees grow. And you can tell in this location, they tore out the concrete, put down some weed barrier, but I don't know if they didn't finish the job or just what. And over here on the right, you can see that they actually ended up cutting the trees down. So this looks like urban blight on this side over here.
Good.
So probably not what we're looking for. This is further, the same road, this is where they've replaced it or have decided to plant xeriscape instead, and then there's a chunk of concrete in there. Same width, all the way down. So that gives you an idea of kind of the menu choices, and now take you to the spreadsheet. So, as I said, if you go back to our takeoffs, the way we estimated this, this is the same spreadsheet I brought before. And is it not gonna show up or what? Okay. Is that one working? Yep. Okay. Oh, it's got the green rectangle, perfect. So, I took, this is the price you've seen in the past, of this 1.6 million, which we just kind of broke it up by intersection and came up with how much it would cost to do the street improvements, pavement treatment in order to make it black at the end. It's skipping on me for some reason. Utilities, and then I put in, you can put that at 11%, you can make that 0, we'll put in 11 or 12%, which is what UDOT was using. And then that gets you to this base cost here. So it's really, what do we feel comfortable with as far as costs? If we don't want to put any escalator, I'm gonna be completely transparent. When I did this before as well, we did have some contingencies in there already. So we're contingencies upon contingencies. Once again, this is the Scotty from Star Trek kind of thing. We've got a pretty healthy contingency, 25%, that's gonna handle some things. We don't know what's gonna happen with drainage. I will say the most challenging projects, usually for engineers to work on for a streetscape project, are projects like this, where we come in and we're putting improvements along an existing street because we have to tie in all of the existing driveways, and you don't know how far you're gonna have to chase those things in order to keep the water out of their yard. We just did First South over here, and sometimes we replace the entire driveway in order to make things work. So that's why there's some contingencies in here from drainage and engineering.
We had that problem with the Heritage Trail.
Yeah, so you've been through this before. They are difficult. So there's 11. So that is the base improvements. Medians, once again, we did not evaluate. So now it's just a question of, like, if you want to see what different items we add on there now that you've seen what they are, yell out if you want to see something and what it does to the price. But you can see 14 streetlights at $14,000 a pop is $196,000.
I like streetlights.
And if you want to do more, we can change that number, you know, if you want to go crazy and go 28.
14
you
is
know.
one at every intersection and one mid-block.
One mid-block, when the block is longer than 650 feet.
Yeah, I'm not
And
looking for
they are
more in there.
But the north side, if we wanted to have consistency and swap those Cobras out, those would be in addition to the 14 you're calling out now? Okay.
Yep.
Noah?
Yeah.
It's great we're gonna improve Center Street. You made a comment in the DRC meeting that was probably for you a throwaway comment, but I've been thinking a lot about it. And I don't know how I've decided on it one way or the other, but you did mention that, given the fact that at the end of this road is the temple, the LDS temple, how might people who are not of our faith, how might they view the city investing that much money with that much adornment, rather than just doing the basic widening sidewalk, curb and gutter? Might there be perception is reality often. Might there be a perception from those that are not of our faith that we're showing preference or favoritism to the temple, to the LDS church? And I think it's a valid question. I don't know that I'm willing to follow my sword one way or the other, but I think it's certainly something that we need to maybe get some feedback on, or maybe discuss at another time. I don't know. I mean, what do you think?
Well, this is our center street. It leads to our city center. It also has the majority of our schools on it,
Yeah, the
and so.
holdups would be for school
Yeah.
safety.
Well, I'm not saying I disagree with that, I'm just suggesting if we're looking at all the options and all the
You
possibilities.
don't want to ignore the elephant in the room. is
That's
what you're
right,
saying.
I think we need to be very, very careful.
Could we look at it though as if similar to 700 North, we want certain thoroughfares that get a lot of public attention
Yeah.
to exude
Be a little
some sort of,
elevated.
the characters of Lindon and how we
Yeah.
like the world to perceive us, I guess.
But I don't think we need to just brush it away and say, you know,
I think-
this is, I think in our deliberations, we certainly need to
Cognizant of
take that in consideration, so that's all.
Excuse me, I've had residents reach out to me who live on Center Street specifically. And they are very keen on the points that Councilmember Powell mentioned, but also the beautification. And people that are not just on Center Street have talked to me about the beautification of Center Street as well, because they're excited, because that leads to their home. So I think there's that. Also, we met with the Alpine School District Superintendent, and they indicated that they are willing to potentially work with our engineers and look at some funding and contributions, since some of these safety measures would benefit the schools that they manage here in Lindon. So I think as we look at these numbers, I think what we need to do is figure out what is the budget we're comfortable with and the features that we think would elevate this without being too extravagant. And then I think those are conversations that can be had down the road of collaboration or cooperation with those entities, or Rocky Mountain Power and swapping the Cobras, or the school district and helping with, you know, their areas where we're improving around their schools. Or maybe we find more grants. We have our master grant writer here, right? So anyway, or we could also, sometimes you can reach out to the business community, you know, and some of these, I think Randy mentioned, is it one of the communities down south has businesses sponsor some of the
It's
planter
Spanish Fork.
boxes? Yeah.
Spanish Fork.
I'm just wondering, in
So-
interest of time,
Yeah.
if, at this point, if you want to, now that we've kind of gone through the options, if you want to get a copy of this spreadsheet, we're happy to share it with you, and then you go through individually. I don't think we're gonna come to necessarily a consensus this evening,
So,
but click off and on the option, be like, okay, so there's a cost associated with
Right.
everything, right? And then I guess that's really what we're trying to say is, please give us some direction. I don't know what the answer is. Like I said,
would you like a case study of just me throwing out just something and just see what it is? And not to say it would represent anything here, but just to.
Sure.
I mean, just click it out real quick.
Van said, like, you know, let's throw in streetlights and let's bump it up to
Okay.
20, so we did that.
Okay, so I like the streetlights. I mean, and this is just not collaborating, this is just shooting from the hip. But I think bulb outs with the stamped concrete.
Okay,
I don't like any of the parking strip stuff. I personally would rather, I mean, this is just a thought, maybe even extra poles versus trees or anything that we don't have to maintain them, we don't have to weed them, we don't have to do anything with them. And again, just shooting from the hip, extra poles, and I would rather do plants, hanging plants, than having to do all the shrubs and the weeding and anyway. So that's just my thought.
so I'm gonna look down, so if you.
Yep, so just clicking.
Look
on-
back here, so I've got 20 streetlights and.
This is just a.
We're gonna say hanging baskets, 2 per each one of those
Yep.
streetlights.
Let's
And
just
how do you
try-
wanna get them watered? Do you wanna water them with?
By hand. Let's just-
By hand,
yeah.
okay. And
Just
then we've
whatever.
got,
You wanna do 40?
By hands 40 and not by hands 10, Randy. Save yourself 30,000, light another tree.
There you go. Yeah, I'm just like putting out just a,
That was awesome.
So-
that's okay.
so we've
I
got
mean, let's just throw out some what ifs
Sure.
and just.
bulb outs with stamped concrete. This is those, once again, those 13 key ones mostly, all on the south. And then I kinda had to break prices south side versus north side, so you don't want any planter strips. Do you want any trees? And if so, where do you put them? If you don't have a planter, then where are we putting the trees?
No, I personally, I don't think the trees are helpful because they get in the way of other people, and that's, who knows if this is right or not.
Trees already in the.
Yeah, a lot of trees, and that gets in people's landscaping thoughts. Just shooting from the hip
Okay,
here.
so no trees, hanging baskets. These
then-
are additional hanging baskets on top of the street light hanging baskets.
Yeah, just in the whatever, how I don't know.
Where are you gonna put them?
No, I don't know. Where do we put them?
Well, how about let some of the other council members weigh in on it too?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I'm just saying.
Privately.
Yeah.
Let's,
so-
and I'm not saying this.
Yeah, no, it's a case study.
And this
That's-
is
it's
just
a-
not.
If we had a
this-
wish list, if we had a wish list.
And it's not even really give it any that much consideration. I
Sure.
just want to just click off some things and see where it goes here.
So on the south side, we've got, you know.
Or just do it with no extra baskets, just. so
Okay,
we
no
see-
extra baskets. And the north side, we don't really need to worry about planter strips or trees or hanging baskets. So we're up to 2.2 million.
So we've added 400 grand.
We've added, yeah. We've added these
So that-
numbers here.
That's kind of bare minimum. Would you consider that kind of bare minimum if we didn't do the extras?
That was how many lights, 20?
20.
Is that
Fan bump.
replacing the ones on the south, or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I think that's
On the
critical
north
to
as
me.
well.
I can't handle one being one way and one being the
Oh,
other.
exactly.
That's why we jumped the number up there.
Anyway, so that's just a real bare bones kind of,
Okay.
and then we can discuss actually what we should do.
Starts the wheels turning on ballpark figures, so thank you so much for preparing that.
Just
So
play
everyone,
with it.
everyone study it, look at places.
Could you email that spreadsheet to us?
Yeah,
So
please.
This is a Google spreadsheet, so it had, anyway, it's not Excel for you Excel lovers, simply because you can't do the little click boxes, so. Anyway, we'll just mail you the
And we
link.
can play with it ourselves and it'll change the values?
Yeah.
Okay, thank
Let
you.
me, for the record, I want to go on the record that I'm not saying I don't like this project. I think it has merit. I think it would be nice. But I've sat in countless meetings since I've been in the planning commission and on the council. I don't think we can have it both ways. We can't be considerate of others' feelings in other settings and not be concerned about that. Again, for the record. I don't know how we're gonna do it, but please, that's all I ask.
I'm not quite sure. what you-
Whose feelings are we?
No,
need to look out
I'm
for?
just saying, taking into consideration the fact that there are those in the community who may not.
Like to use the dollars that direction, being
Yeah.
spent that way, is that what
Yeah.
you're saying?
I mean, the question, again, I'm all for it, but the question could be asked, would we be doing this if the temple wasn't there?
But for the temple.
But for the temple, would we be spending $2.6 million or $2.2 million? And I think it's a question that, the answer is probably gonna be sure. But I think we need to make certain that any and everybody that is concerned and that asks and that has an opinion at least knows we've considered those things. That's all.
Well, very good. That's fair. I think anytime we're looking at redevelopment, which I look at this as a redevelopment approach of our Center Street, we're finishing it. It's a major collector, it has schools, part of our city identity. If we were doing this like any other place that was being redeveloped, I think we'd want to look at making it as nice as we can. So temple or no temple or wherever it is in the community. So, but yes, we'll keep that. We'll be cognizant of that. All right. Thank you. Anything else from our engineering staff? Thank you so much for putting that together. You guys always do a fantastic job with
All
data.
night, but I don't know if you want to.
No.
We continue this item and we'll bring it forward at our next meeting. We do need to get somewhere with a decision within the next, as soon as possible, next couple of meetings.
So one of
that
the
we
other
can
things
design
too,
and acquire
So we have an assignment, we have homework.
get to do your homework. Quick question, before we do a motion to continue this. What does this look like for those that live on Center Street who maybe want to know what the plans are, have some feedback opportunities, or what is, do we just make a decision and go with it and tell them what's coming, or we're gonna have some, I guess the properties that have the easements, you're gonna have to communicate with them a bit, you mentioned in the past.
So we have to acquire some minor right-of-way from a handful of properties.
Are these the undeveloped ones? Oh, I guess no, there's ones further east, huh?
Yeah, there's both. And those are all on the south side of the roadway. And so, that's really up to you, Mayor and Council. Our feeling was you guys pick what you want and what fits within the budgets that you desire to expend on the roadway, and then present that as this is what we've decided to do. My only caveat on that is if you are choosing to put in a planter strip, that you are changing the character of their front yards, to me, that's where you may want to go to that. This is my personal opinion. I would hate that. If
Basin City came in and said, I'm gonna add a 6-foot or 8-foot planter strip, and I'm not gonna let you plant anything in front of it, and this is what it's gonna look like. This is your new front yard. That to me is extremely intrusive.
But if it's on the other side of the sidewalk, would you consider that? If,
I would still consider
I'm just
that as my
asking.
front yard.
See, I would like it, I like berms, and I would think, okay, now I have some extra space and beautification from the cars, you know, so I think that could go either way, but I don't know if it's on the table anyway.
That removes the parking in front of their house as well, though, and so those are, am I off on that? Could be.
It narrows
the
it.
asphalt, and so I'm just throwing that out there. To me, that seems to the next level of, okay, if you're gonna choose that option, you're impacting more, in a more, I don't know how else to say it, a more intrusive way into their landscape and into their front yard, into their facade of their home. And some of these other options that are picked, they're putting in a street light within the street right of way. And
Simpler, yeah.
And on a corner, you're putting a bulb out with some concrete where there's already an ADA ramp. We're pushing those improvements into the street. And going to the planter strip, that's just throwing that out. My opinion is that is a leap where you may want to get people's opinions before any decision is made.
Juan has
Some
a,
of the people that I talked to at the sidewalk Center Street, there is only one person on about 750 East, which has a very big, large tree, that he's the only one that has actually contacted me to say, hey, I want to be involved in the process. Right, so I think there's one sidewalk.
question further west from that tree that you're talking about, where the hills have had a bulb out. It has, we haven't actually done it yet, but it's east of Walker, of the tree that.
500 East.
But the hills there, that tree's dying or dead almost, that pine tree, is there, are we gonna continue to? On the other side, so where the Walker,
400 East.
so we did one at Walker's, and then through the next, through that little intersection there, 500, on the other side is Hills. And there is, we've done some consideration, they had like their circular drive or something there, and.
We did do a bulb out here. I'm not sure of the pine tree, though.
I thought there was gonna be some consideration for that dead tree there,
There's,
under the word Center Street.
like right here?
No,
To your right.
Or this
Yeah.
one here? I
Yeah.
thought they took that out.
were we doing something there, Juan? Do we know?
We're gonna continue the width of the road, and
Okay.
we stopped there because their driveway also came into the street, and it was a difference in elevation, so we decided to stop the right-of-way improvement.
Okay.
But I don't know what conversation we had with them about the tree.
I'm just thinking, just be mindful, I think that tree's dead or dying, so I don't know if I would consider that as needing a bulb out there.
all right, if you have any other concerns or questions or ideas, let's review and come back. And so I would entertain a motion to continue this item, so in the interest
That's
of time.
just a discussion item.
So,
anyway.
okay, all right, well,
Yeah, we don't have to continue.
thank you very much. Okay, so item 14, this is also another discussion item regarding the Geneva Resort Park concept. Now Heath was not able to be here this evening.
So I'm not sure if he's still online.
And I'm not sure
He
he's
is
still on.
Showing he's still online with us, maybe.
If he's awake.
So Heath, are you still there?
He's in a different time zone than we are, so.
Let's see.
All right, and
I lost my PDF. So on Geneva Resort Park, Heath worked with MHTN Architects who did our park master plan, and we've just kind of given very loose direction and said, come up with a few concept ideas. The last that we had talked with the council on this, you had asked staff to come up with some concepts, and so we pitched that to MHTN. And so they've provided 5 options and kind of ranging in intensity. And so some of the natural features that are down here in this area, we have some artesian wells, some springs that are bubbling up on the north end of this, and then down towards the bottom end, and then right in the middle. So kind of evenly spaced north to south. This option has a playground, more grass, improved areas, a dog park. Just as an FYI, in our parks master plan, this is the extent of what was really discussed in the master plan that was adopted a couple years ago. Is that this is a 7.5 acre undeveloped parcel. It's adjacent to the Lindon Marina, and it has some historical nature to it with the old Geneva Resort Park that was there. So it's looking at something that would be potentially a passive park, potential amenities listed in the plan, some pavilions, a dog park, trails, signs, picnic tables, parking lot, some sort of nature observation area. So just as an FYI of what was listed in the park's master plan. So this option throws in a playground and a little more improved turf area. The second one is again, kind of a grass area, pavilions, more of some wetland, and then trails that could go around those types of areas. Just different versions of this. This one's a little more programmed. Threw in some pickleball courts and a larger skate park of some sort, pavilion. Again, just ideas that MHTN threw out that might fit on this property. This one was less improved, more of just kind of grass play areas, not very programmed. And then one with a larger pond concept that may be able to be developed from some of those water features. Just as an FYI, with some of the adjacent land uses and some of the things that are proposed for that area. So this is the city property. The Utah Lakeshore Trail, or the Parkway Trail, currently runs down in Vineyard. It goes through much of Vineyard and continues into this city property and ends at this top corner. The intent at some point is to somehow get around the lake. This was a concept plan of showing how a trail system might navigate through the TSSD site and some of the wetlands areas and the American Fork, towards the American Fork Boat Harbor. So the intent is for the trail to someday connect all the way around the lake. We also wanted to make sure that you're aware, this is Vineyard's current downtown master plan. The property that we're discussing right now is in this red bubble. And so they are estimating between 5,200 and 8,000 housing units just in this location. Very high density. Their intent was to have this as kind of a promenade where some grass parkways kind of run north and south, and then east-west at certain locations to tie people into the lakefront. And so the future Vineyard Connector would be this main roadway that comes through right here in its current location and then turns. And so this part of the roadway is already constructed in its 2 lanes of the future Vineyard Connector. The new UTA commuter rail stop is just kind of right in this bottom right location. So just wanted to orient you with their current master plan, and we've included, these were some concept drawings that were included as some of their lakefront design and downtown areas and some of the densities that they are currently working with a developer to achieve. So over 1 million square feet is what they're hoping for with commercial and office space.
So I'd love to address the council.
Yes,
as
the
well
mayor,
as this.
actually, I sent out an email that you
I
sent
sent
here
out
this
an additional
afternoon.
email about Adam forwarded it to you about 4:15. So just to kind of kick this off, so I've been discussing this property to figure out what could we do with it. You know, when we sold the adjacent ground, we retained this piece. You know, this is a beautiful historic location, and so in that document that I sent, that Adam forwarded this afternoon, I just had some information there, and I just wanted to, you all are probably already apprised of much of this information, but as you know, the Utah Lake had many resort-type properties throughout the last century, starting in the 1800s, and over time, those went away, and as you know, right now, we just had the recent legislation, so I fought very hard to make sure that Lindon is on the new Lake Authority Board with the representatives. We are a unique city in that we have both mountain to lake continuity. We're one of the few communities that can say that, and in fact, I think we could even say that that's something that could be really leveraged in our branding as a community as well. We have the Heritage Trail, which is looking to be connected, hopefully, in the next year or two, an east to west connection. And then also with that other map that Ron helped put together, I reached out to Lake Authority Director Eric Ellis, and he provided us what's happening there. If we want to just kind of go over these documents here, I'll just review this quick, Adam. So as you know, so at the Springfield Museum, Art Museum, I was interested to see had on display an artistic rendering of the old Geneva Dance Hall and Resort there. That was an image I hadn't seen before. And then I think some of you have seen here the dance hall pavilion there, had a spring floor, and this was an area where people came. If you want to scroll down, they had a hotel, and throughout, it was a really fun place. It was a gathering place for people from all over Utah actually would come here and camp, stay at the hotel. You could get root beer for 10 cents, and they'd have all kinds of games and activities. There was a big toboggan slide going into the lake there, so it was really kind of a rich location. Now, we've had a marker there in the past. We didn't find it today when we were walking the property. But there's, yeah, if you scroll down there, you can see where these historic facilities were in that one map there. These are kind of approximate locations. Right. So one of the things that, and then if you scroll down to the bottom, these are some pictures that were taken recently by Ron of the property currently, and you can see there's just a lot of beautiful natural, some things that could use some freshening up and tending perhaps, but what I would like to propose to the councils, we have a lot of programmed space and turf grass and pickleball courts and sports amenities, and this is a really unique opportunity to have something that's maybe a flavor of conservation and wildlife habitat, although the consultant has done some renderings that maybe down in the historic tree area, that's where maybe, I know Heath would like to say that on the master plan, maybe doing a pavilion that harkens to that dance hall with the arched doorways was something he'd really love to see down there, and a place where people could picnic and gather there in that beautiful tree area. And then as you go north, so I reached out to Mayor of Vineyard City, Julie Fulmer, and Adam and I actually went and sat down with her staff some weeks ago, and Vineyard is very keen and interested to potentially collaborate with us on this property. They do recognize that this would be something that their residents would very much enjoy and be an amenity that we would mutually benefit from. And they were very on board with, something that was of a historic, calling out those historic features, as well as maybe some educational opportunities. You can have sometimes these interpretive signs or educational signs that speak to maybe some about the history of the site, some about the wildlife. Here up in Salt Lake, they have a kiosk out in the marsh. Now, this would not be part of our property. We're speaking to further down the road. Today we met with the DNR, and I know the Lake Authority as well would everyone would love to collaborate and go after funding to bring kind of a conservancy, natural habitat where people can enjoy the wildlife, and children sometimes at the Salt Lake location come out for field trips. And they'll have the kiosks there and the bird watching locations, and then information about plants and animals. So I'm talking with Eric again with the new Lake Authority. They now have 1.5 million allocated by the state per year. And one of the other things that now as a Lake Authority versus a Lake Commission, they can go have a little bit more teeth to go after additional funding or grants. And talking with him today, he said, this is really great if we want to kind of pull together with them. They would love to work with habitat improvement. They already are responsible for the lakeshore area and, the Phragmite mitigation. We noticed today some Russian olive trees out there, so they, mitigating invasive species. So right now there's more than ever, it's a priority to try to beautify the lake. A lot of people confuse the Lake Authority as part of the Islands Project. It's not. It's a separate, that's a separate outside party. The Lake Authority was established now that they can have funding to just improve the water quality, fight off the invasive species, improve the recreational opportunities. And so one of the things that's really nice about this site is we already have a beautiful paved trail there, and we have these artesian wells that create habitat, and staff looked into it. We do have water rights there that we could work with. And right now, the Lake Authority would love to have a kind of a marquee site to sort of look, the cycle he mentioned to me for funding, it takes some time. So tonight, I would like to present to you this option if you think this would be a positive direction to go, that we have these opportunities with MAG. MAG, also Mountain Land Associated Governments, also has funding that we could go if we went this direction. And Eric said he would work, he would jump on board about getting other sources of funding as well. He mentioned that up on our Murdoch Canal Trail, if once our Heritage Trail connects, they would be more than happy to pay for signage up there that directs people to the trail coming down to the lake. There's a number of county and state individuals that I've spoken with when I went to the last Lake Commission meeting who are really excited about this. In fact, Mayor Fulmer was so excited about it that she actually spoke to some of the Daily Herald, and there was an article about upcoming projects for their community and their city and their lakeshore, and she actually spoke about this as if it was something they were really excited about. So anyway, if you look at that previous map, Adam, that shows the TSSD, the contiguous shoreline trail potential, back on. So just to kind of share with you a little bit about what I understand is happening is going to the north where you see that pink area of the trail. Those are some wetlands, and then the TSSD water treatment plant, they own all the way out to the shoreline, and they plan to do, they would like to have some education points where people can learn about how they treat the water and make it clean again and repurposed. And so they said this would be exciting if we had kind of like potential boardwalks and trails and things like that that became a contiguous education, nature enjoyment for all. So anyway, I'm going on too long. I would love to hear your feedback, look at some of those renderings that the consultants have done. Ultimately, it's up to you to decide what is the master plan direction you would like to give to the consultants who have been tasked with creating a plan for this acreage. So, and Ron is here as well to answer questions in regards to some of the grants. We've talked about the outdoor recreation grant, would be a really great one. Vineyard City would love to partner with us and strengthen those applications as well as with the Lake Authority, so.
Do they provide any cost estimates of some of those versions? Of
No,
the
we
different,
have
just any
not.
guess?
No.
So I would just say, this is a unique situation where, in my opinion, Lindon may not have to pay a lot of money if you can get all these other entities involved. I mean, if everyone we talk to says there's money here and there and whatever, so.
Mhm.
If Vineyard's benefiting from this, they should pay some money into this, and so I think we need to be careful how much Lindon does pay for this.
Right.
If I may, Mayor, 5 years ago, as I sat in the audience regarding this issue, I had met with probably 36 residents and trying to save this area from being sold, and we're grateful that the 7+ acres was maintained by the city. These were the things that the citizens were very excited about, these type of amenities. The boardwalks, they spoke at length in our council meeting at that time about all these things that are being put forth. I so appreciate of all the efforts and this is just right up the alley of what the residents I spoke with 5 years ago were very much on board with. And I would think that, I don't want to speak for them all, but I think the less improvements, no pickleball courts, no skate park, although I like those amenities, I don't like them in that area. I think that there's too much of a juxtaposition between the type of amenities. And so I would say the less, the better. I like the naturalness of this, perhaps the use of, if we have the rights to some of those wells, to be able to share the artesian water, have people come. I know that there's concern about, well, Vineyard's going to be using it in an exorbitant amount. Well, I go to other cities' amenities all the time. I go to Bridalveil Falls, Provo owns that. I go to, Canyon Glen or South Fork, and those are maintained by Provo City.
County or city, yeah.
Yep, and so I think that for us to think that might be used by other cities, even maybe in a proportionate amount, that does not bother me one tiny iota. To me, it's a gem that we get to put Lindon's name on, and it is that the consistency between lakefront to mountain trails. And I so appreciate all this presentation, because this is exactly what the citizens I was involved with 5 years ago wanted. This was right on every point of their wish list. And I love what Ron is saying about maybe these opportunities to dovetail with all these other entities and capture those funding sources. I love this, so I'll back off for a minute. So.
Yeah, everybody, all these agencies I've been talking to and reaching out to, they're excited with this working together and collaborating. So there's not a lot of problems to overcome. When I spoke with Eric in focusing where could they somehow start some of these first-time projects with the Lake Authority, and he felt like there was just a lot of synergies with all the communities and the agencies here. So
Good. It's a
hopefully
beautiful plan.
Yeah.
Whichever one we choose, except for the skate park one.
All right.
With Randy, I think that it needs to fit that area. I like this area. I was just showing Mike some pictures of my kids down there by those trees. I do worry about it being, so I just Google mapped it. It's 0.3 miles from the first house in Vineyard. It's 2.1 miles from the first house in Lindon. And I just, for that reason, I'm gonna have a hard time with us fronting a lot of the bill. And so I love what's being said here. For me, I think this will be used more by Vineyard, significantly more, but it has a unique enough, kind of what Randy's saying, it's unique enough that it will draw Lindon citizens. They'll go the 2 miles even though they have a park in their neighborhood. This is unique enough that it will draw our citizens. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't fund anything, but I do think that I'm personally gonna have a hard time if it's a large ask, just simply based on its proximity to Vineyard and the amount of use I think our citizens will actually get it because of the distance. Not saying that it can't be any, because of the regional draw, and because it is in Lindon, frankly, you know what I mean? But, traditionally, parks are used by its residents, by its residential areas, and we just don't have a residential area very close to this where Vineyard will have 5,300 units within a mile of it. They should be fronting a lot of the bill, I think. And it sounds like they may be open to that. So that would be my ask, is that, especially if we're providing the land, we're providing the improvements, and we will provide the maintenance, which
Well,
is an ongoing
that could be up
cost.
for discussion too with
So,
Vineyard, why
so
not?
that's certainly some things to consider.
I support everything that's been said tonight. I'm not in favor of expensive pickleball courts that would have to be maintained for forever from the city. It's, as Jake mentioned, there's not a lot of population in that area, so I would do something that's more educational, as you described, Mayor, and be something that I would have a desire to take my grandchildren down to, and maybe even see if there's really is an arena down there, because I've never been down there in my life. So it would be a draw for me. It'd be like in some ways, a Thanksgiving Point draw if it was an educational opportunity for my children and grandchildren.
Yeah, one of the things that's really fun, I was talking like the Hutchings Museum, for example, they have several programs that they'll tie the public school children, or like this picture that I showed on the Great Salt Lake, the Shorelands Preserve. They have something called the Wings and Water Wetlands Education, so all the second graders every year go out for a field trip there. Hutchings Museum has programs like we could request that we're a Utah Lake field station, and that's where citizens kind of become citizen scientists, and they're collecting water samples and doing things with the habitat. Audubon Society has outreach and things like that. So there's a lot of fun things. In fact, quite a few of the cities, like Provo, for example, has identified part of their lakeshore. They would like to do some of these conservancy, education type projects as well. And the whole Wakara Trail, which is to the south, is soon would be connecting all this shoreline. So I know that we don't have doors nearby, but we're going to have some amazing trails to bike, to walk throughout with our East-West Heritage Trail connecting in, that will be a really great access.
So less less intense passive uses is kind of what I'm hearing, is that this option number 2 that's on the screen, I think is the most similar to what I think you're describing. Probably less parking is needed for this type of use, and so you could reduce the parking area. Again, just as a concept, what we're trying to do is narrow down your vision of this property enough to give to this group, and then say, this is more of what we're in favor of. Now embellish this design and come back with a site plan. Is this design, option number 2, similar to what you're thinking?
And I would ask on this, where you see the grass area, is this more of a natural grass versus that needs to be mowed?
This area here was a grass play area they've identified. That's kind of in among the trees that it's
But the
right
more
at the
larger
front.
opens.
I think the intent of these was, these were
Natural
more
habitat.
natural trails, and so you're looking native weeds and grasses.
Good, okay, that's what I'm
There's
looking for.
there's a lot we could do to
Vegetation, I
plant.
shouldn't say weeds.
There was a back in, was it 2014, 2012? There was a fellow named John Martineau who did his landscape and architecture master's thesis with this property. And that's a document I think we could send out and share with y'all. He researched like native trees and plants and things the DNR mentioned today, things we could do. They would send us some information about what types of vegetation could attract and provide habitat. So there's a lot here. So if you like the idea of featuring this more towards a conservancy, education, historical site versus a programmed site, that's what we're hoping to see. If you're on board with that and optimizing these opportunities.
I wouldn't mind some sort of a building of some sort, but more airy and.
The pavilion, yeah,
stuff.
so I think,
But in the architectural style, perhaps, of
Right.
what's been there, reminiscent of the past,
so
like that
this,
one.
this right here. And I'll send this out to you.
I like that. I like the observation tower too. A lot of Florida parks have those observation towers, and I think it's.
It's a hit, aren't they?
It's a fun thing to
And
do.
we could do certainly that on our property. The boardwalks going out into the marshland might be a longer range cooperation or something we would need to coordinate with the state, because that's sovereign land. But what we want to do with our acreage and how we might want to collaborate or partner with some of these other funding opportunities, if we like this, I think there's just a ton of buckets we can go after that are
And it
really
seems to be
interesting.
very reminiscent of perhaps Cascade Springs on a, different kind of but somewhat similar to Cascade Springs and getting out and just walking.
Well, our ace in the hole is we own the land.
There you go.
And we
Anything
own the
on
water.
this-
Yeah, we own the water. I mean, that's what we bring to the table, I think.
Anything on this concept plan that you do not feel comfortable with on this specific option?
I think the only thing it's missing is the historic dance hall pavilion there
Yeah,
on
it
the
has a
south end.
pavilion
Oh, there it
identified,
is.
so if we somehow incorporated a pavilion.
Corporate, and there might be some, just some features there for picnicking, and I think that's what it's called out there, but.
Question on dog parks. Do we have any in this city, Lindon?
Not, and I think part of the thinking was this is removed from being in anybody's backyard, where bringing your dog, it might be an okay spot. So that was how it kind of ended up in the master plan.
I like that concept, just because
People bring their
I
family.
take our dog to Spanish Fork with my son's dog. They're brothers, and they have an incredible park down there that's just really impressive. Yeah.
We've had some residents mention dog
What's
park would be
everybody's-
nice, but you have to have a
everybody else's
couple
thoughts?
for smaller dogs, separate from the bigger dogs, for them to be done right. I've been told I'm not a,
Oh, any dog park I've been involved
like
with,
to
they all
pursue
get
that.
along pretty well.
With a dog
Lisa.
park?
Mhm. Yeah.
You know, if they're
Doesn't
comfortable
take
with each
much.
other.
You fence off an area and.
Socialization that they go through.
Yeah.
all right.
For the cost of improvements, a dog park is very inexpensive for
Yes.
for how much it's valued, let me phrase it that way.
Very good.
But
Exactly.
maybe, I'm trying to gauge whether that's of interest. Dog park, yes, no, somehow worked into this area?
Yes, for me.
Yes,
To explore it.
explore it.
Yeah, how much of the land do you think it would take?
I mean, on this other plan, he had one identified on one of these here. I mean, they were showing this area here, but I think you make it whatever size you feel
Now
is
you're starting to deal
appropriate.
with some fencing and things
I
as
mean,
well.
maybe,
Some seating
yeah, maybe
sometimes,
something
put
up
some-
in the middle there, so it's not the first thing
inside.
people see.
It will be used.
And loved,
Okay, I think I've got-
appreciated, right?
Good direction, all right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Item
Yep,
here.
and this should be pretty quick. We do
be
need
quick.
to,
I was gonna say,
I think it's a roll call vote to go
All right.
into a closed
Good night.
session.
So,
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
here, would you like me to make a motion to close our meeting?
All right, so this is a closed executive session. So sorry, Lincoln. Thank you.
thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, so we're going to enter into a closed executive session to discuss the potential purchase or sale of real property. Let's go ahead and do a roll call.
Do we make a motion first and then do a
Daryl
roll call?
Magway, present.
Coit present.
Say aye, we're voting to go in.
Yeah.
We have to make a motion.
Aye.
Let's make a motion. Sorry, we have a motion.
I'll make a motion to close our regular session and go into a closed door session.
Motion by Randy,
I'll second.
seconded by Daryl. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, then we need to do a roll call in addition.
Just a roll call vote.
Okay.
Instead of an aye, it's a roll call.
Van Broderick, aye.
Al,
I
aye.
apologize, I thought doing that out of order. I thought we did the roll call, who was going into it first, but okay, so we'll start here.
Roll call vote is what they
Okay,
call it.
all right.
You have to state on the record if you're voting for or against going into the closed session.
Okay,
So Daryl Magway, aye.
Jay Coit, aye.
Mike Venturi, aye.
Carolyn Lundberg, aye.
Randy Powell, aye.
Van Broderick, aye.
Thank you. All right, lead away.
So this should be really quick. I just want to give you a heads up.
That we had been looking at this piece on Lakeview. You know what? I need to stop our YouTube video before I eat here, so.
That would be awkward, as they say.